dearly invite you to take a seat. Hello, everyone. Hi. Please take a seat. Karen,
I have to get here to see you.
yes. Please take a seat. Hello.
Sie sehen, wie ich das ranhalte.
Free sitting. Everybody can choose their own seat, unless there's something on the seat. Please join us for the conference. Good. Oh, sorry. Soll ich die schon verteilen? Die Dinger? Ah, okay. So, now that almost everybody is sitting, fun fact, we invite all the delegates, the 19 delegates that have been invited to this conference, to take place here at this great table. Like, for example, Innocencia, Nosa, Hildegard, everybody who's a delegate, please have a seat at this table, find your name, and choose a place. Don't be shy, just start. Others will follow. What's your name? It should be because you're doing a. It's not you. Please, Innocencia, you also all the delegates, please take place in front. You as well. Yes, all the 19 delegates. I see Tina. Please, the delegates, sit at this great table where we'll have the plenary session.
Sie wird doch stehen und sprechen.
Nee, ja, ich frage mich.
Nein, warum braucht sie ein Schild? Ja.
Ach so, soll sie noch nicht hier sitzen?
Sie ist kein Delegate, sie ist eine sie spricht ein Grußwort.
I get her.
Wir haben 3 Grußworte.
You will be sitting and then have your seat in front. So all the delegates normally should have like those red VIP badges. That's how you can know if you're a delegate or not. Please have a seat. Actually, the others are working on the demands. We'll have introduction first. Oh, okay, cool. But they will send it to you or give it to you in some and then I just read it. Yeah. But you could also just say what we discussed, and they can also intervene and help. Yeah. They can also intervene. Her name, is it still there? Huh? Alice is looking for her name. Alice should be there, or maybe she left it in the room. I will check. No, you sit like you want to sit. So I think we're getting ready. Any delegate who's not sitting in front, please join us.
Okay, I'm going to get the last one.
I need her. Here. No, she's leaving. As soon as she's here, start.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Was ist die Frage?
J'ai déjà fouillé là.
Ça, c'est
Là,
toi?
devant. Ça, c'est pour les facilitateurs. J'ai déjà fouillé, j'ai pas vu.
Ça, c'est toi? I will find it later, or let someone find it, okay? No, it's not here. I will send someone to find it. So, I said ready.
Yeah, so is she gonna?
After I will find her and then let you know how she did it. Yeah? No stress.
You are our person, but you're also the person who holds the thing together.
I know.
She's
I
gonna
know.
start the thing now, and she forgot that we are her special.
I don't. Okay, are we ready?
Then go and get them now.
So we're done? Let's go. Yes, I see one more delegate taking place. Great moves. If anyone else is not sitting yet, please have a seat. You can choose your seat. You can choose your name as well. We don't have all the pancards. Yes. Machst du das noch? Soll ich das machen? Das mache ich. Das mache ich jetzt und dann sagst du Kontext.
Oder
Zum Kontext schaffen.
ich dachte, du machst was wir hier machen,
Genau.
dann erklären, wer Dekoloniale ist und dann steigen wir ein.
Genau, aber ich würde noch kurz sagen, was das Programm ist. Das kann ich aber jetzt einfach
Ja.
All right. Who feels ready? You should all feel ready because it's
I can see more hands.
2:13.
Who feels ready? Who
Thank you,
feels
sir.
ready? I can even hear some
I
snapping.
said 2-3 hands.
Some snapping. Whoever is ready. This side. That side. Some snapping if you're ready. And our delegates.
Are you ready, delegates? Then please give us a snap. You're like, well.
Yes? Okay. Wonderful.
Thank you. So welcome back to our delegates and welcome to everyone to this afternoon session of Dekoloniale Berlin Africa Conference in 2024. I'm Joyce Muvuni, and alongside Karen Taylor, we are honored to lead you through this significant part of the program today. Today, we gather here on the 140th anniversary of the Berlin Conference, a historic meeting that took place in 1884 and 5, just a few steps from here. And during that time, 19 representatives from powerful European nations, alongside with a delegate from the US at France's request, met here in Berlin. And it was upon the invitation of the German chancellor at the time and the French foreign minister. This conference was held under the guise of promoting free trade in Central Africa with a focus on the Congo Basin. And among the topics were free navigation of the Niger and Congo rivers, development of a protocol for colonial powers to submit new territorial claims. However, the reality was that these powerful nations gathered to divide the African continent for their very own interess and ignoring the voices and rights of African people themselves. So there was no African voice represented at this meeting. So the consequences of this conference were profound and also laying the foundation for colonial exploitation of African territories, and decision made within these walls shaped African borders, shaped African economies and societies, and those are effects that continue to influence Africa, Europe, and also the global diasporas of African descent to this day. So today's conference actually critically examines those legacies, and our purpose is to explore this Berlin conference from the perspective of the formerly colonized, and in this case, people of African descent. So in contrast to the conference in 1884, where we've invited a diverse group of 19 delegates, which I feel a little impolite just standing in front of you, I'm sorry, and representing the African continent and its global diasporas, but also in relation of the 19 representatives or countries that were present in 1884. And our delegates come from fields including politics, academia, arts, civil society, and law as well. And they are here to address those lasting impacts. So this afternoon, our focus is to look at this complex relationships between former colonizers and the former colonies across Africa. And this morning, we had 5 groups that worked on different topics: human rights, anti-racism, economy and trade, migration, and reparations. And those groups will present later on their demands, and maybe we have a little discussion on that, not too much, and generate a 10 demand catalog regarding those legacies and how to counteract them.
So in order for all of us to know who is hosting today's event, I would like you to listen a few minutes more before we actually start this program, because we want to hear who is hosting and who the Dekoloniale actually is. So the Dekoloniale, formerly known as Dekoloniale Erinnerungskultur in der Stadt, is a collaborative and cultural project launched in January 2020. It brings together organizations from the civil society, there namely Berlin Postkolonial, Each One Teach One, the ISD Initiative Schwarze Menschen in Deutschland, as well as the Stiftung Stadtmuseum Berlin. It's been supported by the Berliner Senatsverwaltung for Culture and Europe and die Kulturstiftung des Bundes. Dekoloniale itself has several branches of activities. This festival here is part of the festival branch, and it's been a collaboration of together with Amnesty International. In the past, there have also been collaborations with experts and activists that are dedicated to examining Germany's colonial legacy and amplifying the voices of those impacted by colonial injustice. The purpose here is very clear. The project was designed to make colonial history visible and accessible, using Berlin as a model for how urban spaces and institutions can acknowledge and reflect on their colonial histories. The common mission is to foster a broader societal understanding of Germany's colonial past and moving beyond traditional narratives to prioritize the voices of those who were affected and of those who resisted. So Dekoloniale is here to portray the whole story. It's not a one-sided story. It's a story of the victims, of the perpetrators. It's the victims of the diaspora. It's the victims. It's the story of Africa, of Asia, and of Europe. With this project, we're also here to connect the different spaces, that have been affected of colonialism, and to let the voices that are here today be present in today's storytelling. So we are very, very pleased to have all of you here, and yeah, to actually dive right into the program of today. And for that, I gotta switch to my phone. So, yeah, for that, I'd like to welcome Nikolaus von Peter, who is the host of this, of this house that we are so kind to be in today, this Europäische Haus, and he will be starting with a few words to kick us off.
Hello, I'd rather like you to be here and to talk, because I feel clearly insufficient here and not in the right place. In two respects, I'm standing in front of all of you, or in front of, there's no place to stand. In the very sense of it, but also in the metaphorical sense. Because the EU and the relationship to Africa is something which is very complex. And we now are on the territory of a member state which pre-exists the EU. We talk about a conference that 140 years ago with participants who are today part of the EU. Now you are in the European House, and I think you're right to appropriate it, because this is not the European Commission's house. It's a house for Europeans and people from all over the world who share our values, which again sounds a bit imperialistic. But that's the way we talk. And we have to listen to ourselves and start talking again. So I have prepared a little speech, but I think it's not appropriate, because it's again language, political language. And this is not a place to talk this way. I just want to welcome you wholeheartedly. For us, it was a real event when the Dekoloniale came up to us and asked us, because, I mean, we feel deeply honored that you have the trust to come here. Because some time ago, such a place would not be a place where we would talk this way. But you have the trust to come here, all of you, to sit here where every single day different people sit discussing different things. That's the beauty of that space, that it's open, that we have different issues, and that it's a space where people can connect and meet and share and learn from each other. So I'm really happy that you're here, that you all here. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Commission in Berlin. I forgot to say this in the beginning. This is basically our house where offices are, but this is the European public space. So be very welcomed here. And I'm looking forward to your discussions. I have unfortunately to leave for a doctor's appointment for my son. But I know that later you will confront me with the results of your discussions. So we'll come later, I think in the afternoon, and I'll really look forward to receiving the proposals that you have elaborated on. Many thanks for being here, and I hope you feel at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikolaus von Peter, also for having us today. I have the great honor now to introduce our first speaker, who is Michaela Moore. She is the first ever EU anti-racism coordinator. She is appointed by the European Commission. I want to say it again, she's the first EU anti-racism coordinator since 140 years. I mean, the EU isn't that long, but her roles and responsibilities are acting as a liaison between racial and ethnic minorities and the European Commission. Several campaigns to raise awareness. She has been having roles in different NGOs, and she also served as at the Non-Discrimination Ombudsman Office of the Ministry of Finland. She has very deep expertise in fostering an ethnically equal and diverse society, And she fits perfectly for today's conference, as in her main job, she is also addressing colonial legacies and promoting human rights and anti-racism. She is very committed to structural changes and advocates for policies that ensure equity and also accountability. We are looking forward to hear insights and welcome Michaela Moore with a very heartfelt applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good to hear a familiar voice. Thank you for having me today. I just want to make sure that you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you.
Wonderful. So I really want to thank the Dekoloniale, I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly, and the Dekoloniale Festival team and the network partners for having me today. Dear delegates and dear supporting experts, and also dear participants, it's really my pleasure to take part. Greetings from Brussels. I really wish I could be there in Berlin with you at this very important occasion, but anyway, greetings from rainy Brussels. I really appreciate this occasion to share a few words on the work, on the anti-racism work of the European Commission. As mentioned, I'm the first EU anti-racism coordinator. I was appointed in 2021, and my mandate is to implement or ensure the successful implementation of the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan, which is also the first such action plan. The action plan was adopted by the Commission in September of 2020, and it came about in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd at the hands of law enforcement in the US, and with the Black Lives Matter movement really becoming a global human rights movement. But also, the fact is that the action plan and I would not have been appointed without the tireless work and advocacy of civil society organizations and the grassroots level, really calling for the Commission and other EU institutions to do their part in combating racism. The action plan itself, it's a comprehensive, horizontal and intersectional policy tool, which aims really to step up the fight against racism and racial discrimination. It has a broad reach, trying to really ensure that anti-racism is mainstreamed across different Commission policy areas, but also it recognizes different forms of racism. It's the first time that anti-Black racism is mentioned in any Commission document, but also it recognizes different forms of racism, from anti-Gypsyism to anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim hatred, and anti-Asian racism, but also those that intersect with different protected characteristics such as religion or nationality. And it really aims to tackle racism at all levels of society in a holistic way. The action plan is also the very first time that any Commission document mentions structural racism. And even though this is only the first step, to have it in a document black on white, this is typically how, unfortunately, why the processes are so slow, but we have to start with at least having the correct language to talk as exactly as possible about the phenomenon, instead of just talking around it. So this is definitely the first step to then build exact policy and legislation on top of this recognition of racism being a structural and systemic issue. In some EU countries, there's currently a better and broader acknowledgement of the systemic nature of racism that affects racialized minorities, but also especially Black people and people of African descent in the EU. We know that people affected by structural racism can feel its daily impact in access to jobs, to healthcare, housing, financing, or education, as well as cases of violence. The Fundamental Rights Agency, the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, as recently as a year ago, in 2023, published the second Being Black in the EU report, which really highlighted exactly what I said, namely that in all of the areas studied in this report, and namely education, employment, housing, access to services, and law enforcement, Black people in the EU experience structural racism at alarming levels. Of course, to combat structural racism specifically, its historical roots have to be acknowledged and have to be addressed. Colonialism, slavery, colonialism and slavery and enslavement are embedded in European history and have profound consequences for society today, and really feed into how racism manifests today. They feed into the prejudices and the stereotypes and the racialization of Black people in the EU. The racism and discrimination that really plagues Black people today are a distinct and direct consequence of this history. Among the major crimes that have marked human history, the slave trade and enslavement are distinguished really by their magnitude, their duration, their violence, and the violence accompanied by them. Throughout history, there have been different ways of denials that have been put to justify these horrors. Since the 15th century. I mean, I'm not telling you anything new. You, of course, know these, but the denial of Black people's humanity and dignity through dehumanizing. There's the denial of the history and the culture through pseudo-scientific discourses aiming at minimizing the role of people of African descent in human history. And there's the denial of their rights and citizenship through different policies, legislation, and strategies and discrimination. To do our work at the Commission, we really aim to work closely with member states, and we encourage them to adopt national action plans against racism and to support the member states in the process of having such national action plans. We drafted together with them guiding principles for these national action plans. One of the main principles encourages member states, of course, to recognize the different forms of racism, including anti-Black racism, but also under the principle on combating structural racism, we state that to combat stereotypes and prejudices, we have to raise awareness on the historical roots of racism. So recognizing that colonialism, slavery, and the slave trade are embedded in history and have profound consequences needs to be embedded in these national action plans against racism to increase also understanding. As to the EU, more broadly, it should explicitly mark key commemorative days linked to racism, such as the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery, as proposed by the European Parliament. Also, ensuring remembrance is a very important part of encouraging inclusion and understanding. And to this end, last year, for the first time, we organized the European Parliament Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup high-level event at the European Parliament to commemorate the European abolition of the slave trade, to discuss issues such as the importance of recognizing the historical roots of racism, reparatory justice and sustainable development, as well as legacies of colonialism and enslavement. Furthermore, because education here is very important and awareness raising, well, we have an ongoing project with UNESCO's Routes of Enslaved Peoples project, in which they're preparing educational activities and developing pedagogical materials to accurately reflect the historical facts about this history, specifically in the EU context, to prevent attitudes, stereotypes, and raise awareness and understanding about this history. Raising awareness to encourage EU member states to promote the contributions of people of African descent to the general progress of humanity, and to acknowledge the consequences of slavery in contemporary societies. So history and the teaching of history in an accurate way are a very important part of uncovering the truths and the hidden histories that we often are not aware of on a broader scale in the EU. In its efforts to combat stereotypes and raise awareness of history, the Commission really wants to ensure remembrance as an important part of encouraging inclusion and understanding. On the EU level also, I want to tell you a bit more about other initiatives, and especially the European Parliament has been a bit more forward, has a bit more forward approach to the subject, and how they work at the European Parliament to advocate for different issues is through parliamentary resolutions. And I'd just like to mention a few resolutions from the resolution from 2019 on the fundamental rights of people of African descent, where the European Parliament recalled that some member states have taken steps towards meaningful and effective redress for past injustices, but it also calls for EU institutions and member states to include some form of reparations, such as offering public apologies and the restitution of stolen artifacts to their countries of origin. Additionally, the Committee on Culture and Education of the Parliament welcomes the acknowledgement by certain members to restore cultural works and artifacts to their places of origin, encourages the development of EU guidelines on cultural property restitution as one of the ways the area of culture can contribute to fighting racism, and calls for member states to continue or to initiate processes for the restitution of cultural works and artifacts in a more consistent and timely manner. The European Parliament encourages member states and the European institutions to formally also mark the UN International Decade for People of African Descent, which unfortunately is just about to be over by the end of this year. I know there are some talks of continuing it, but as of right now, I do not believe any decisions have been taken on this. Finally, I'd really like to thank everybody there present, civil society, different grassroots movements and network coalitions for tirelessly advocating for the need for historical reckoning, be it related to restitution of arts and objects that were brought to Europe, often stolen and during European colonialism as the main part of it, the decolonization of public spaces by the removal of statues and renaming of streets that honor former colonialists, or restorative justice. I really want to encourage you to keep pushing and doing this important advocacy work, and really calling institutions and pushing to institutions to do more and take accountability and be part of this broader work on really ensuring that we can live up to such mottos as united in diversity, which is the European Commission's motto. This ongoing debate is so necessary because it really reveals the historical continuities of colonialism and the racism which gave the ideological basis for it. Before I stop, I would also just like to mention, for those people who can, we received very good news during the re-election of President von der Leyen in her new political guidelines, that there will be continuation to the work of the anti-racism policy of the European Commission. The current anti-racism action plan is until the end of 2025, but there's already a commitment to move forward with a anti-racism strategy beyond 2025. So the work will continue, which is very, very important. And related to this, we will be opening an open public consultation. And this is really where I really encourage you all to take part in it. It's open to anybody, to citizens, to organizations, to give us information, recommendations, highlight gaps and areas that need improvement that we can then use to feed into new EU anti-racism strategy, which must be a step up from the current anti-racism action plan. We need to have a stronger policy tool, and this is also an area where we need to do more on. So I really encourage you to take part in the consultation processes. It should be launched before the end of the year, and it will run at least for 6 weeks. But just be open to taking a look at when it will be published. But other than that, I really thank you for your attention, and I wish you an amazing festival. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michaela. It's always a pleasure to hear what you are doing at the forefront at the Commission, and that you're bringing good news that the anti-racism action plan will continue. And knowing that you are there, your fight against racism is a strong fight for people of African descent as well. And that's where I would like to bring our next speaker into, Dr. Pirette Herzberger-Fofana, one of the people, women of African descent in Germany that has been marking this movement for, I can say, centuries without saying your age. I can say centuries here. So in order for me not to forget any of important roles you had during your mandate at the European Parliament, let me just name out a few. You were the co-chair of RD, the Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup. You were, among other roles, part of the FEM committee. You were as well part of the EU African Union Parliamentary Group. You represented your party, the Greens, at the AKP EU. You were a member of the delegation for relations with the Pan-African Parliament and the CARIFORUM EU Parliamentary Committee. So you have been working on both sides, on the European as well as on the African side, and always brought in the aspect of highlighting the colonial past. And that's why you are here, bringing the colonial past of Germany into the mainstream discussion. We really want to hear from you now, how this is all connected to this today's project. So thank you very much for being here. I'll hand over my microphone to you.
Wo soll ich mich hinsetzen? Das wäre besser. Ja, ich denke. Wo? Ja, brauchst du einen Tisch? Nee, wo soll ich mich hinsetzen? Ja, genau. Das war eine Minute. Ich hätte mich da direkt dahin sitzen sollen. Das geht ja, I'm sorry. I just put it away because people are thinking I am that lady and I am not that lady. Das ist das Mikrofon. Dankeschön. Okay, da brauche ich nicht mehr. Danke. So, good afternoon. And I must say that I am very grateful that the organizer invite me, and I feel honored even to be able to speak in front of such committed people and experts, and to you, dear audience, who have come to share your opinions on this topic. The aftermath of the Berlin Conference continue to affect the African countries today, and the redemptive justice underscore the goals of the UN Decade for People of African Descent. The decade 2015 and 2024 is going at the end now in a few weeks. And I must say something private, that my city, Erlangen, is the first city in Germany who implemented the UN Decade from 2015 until today, and we are making that now in this week. All these terms of the legacy are particularly closely to my heart. But I would like to begin my speech with a quotation from Achille Bembe, who said, "This world belongs to all of us equally, and we are all co-heirs, even if we do not live in it in the same way, hence the real diversity of cultures and ways of life." Because Europe would not be Europe of today without Africa, and Africa would not be the Africa without Europe. The two continents are constituted not least by their respective interdependence, whereby the gain of one is always the cost of the other, and vice versa. More determined than ever to take its destiny into its own hands, Africa said it wanted to develop renewed, fair, and more equal partnership with international partners. Today, we celebrate 140th anniversary of the opening of the historic Berlin Africa Conference. The conference marked the division of the African continent, and at the Berlin Conference, the Western powers decided the fate of Africa. German history school books refer to this conference as the Congo Conference. This says a lot about the aim of the participant. At the invitation of the Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, 14 nations met in Berlin from 15 November until 26, 1885. The result would be conflicts that continue to this day. The scramble for African countries is rapidly gaining momentum. The European nation cut up Africa like a cake, to use the historical expression in German, the afrikanische Kuchen. Within a few years, sub-Saharan Africa had been covered by the Western powers. They secured free trade on the Congo and Niger rivers. They appropriate the region's natural resources. The final document of the Berlin Conference stipulated that Leopold of Belgium would personally receive 2.5 million square kilometers, or what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo. In a matter of days, the country 80 times the size of Belgium became the exclusive property of Belgian king. The Congo became then the colony. Colonization was never a philanthropic endeavor. Many abuses were committed: forced labor, beating and whipping to enslave the recalcitrant, the policy of cutting off hands to obtain the amount of rubber needed by King Leopold, characterized colonial policy in that region. The European nation undertook to respect the sphere of influence of any power established in a given area. Colonialism caused many harms and losses to Africa and people of African descent in the year and decades that follow. They are still affected by the consequences of the historical oppression of their people. What is often barely tangible is a reality for many people, a daily struggle not only to survive, but also to be seen, to be recognized for the atrocities they have suffered. The feeling of being understood, especially what it means looking coldly at the strong facts of Euro-African history. For decades, affected communities have been calling for community-centered, accessibility, and transparent reparations process. Reparations are multi-phases and include also the restitution of cultural goods. The film Daume, which we presented this week as part of the Black History Week's Erlangen, shows the extent to which the return of these artifacts realize and affect the question of the complex nature of Europe-African relation. 26 artifacts returned from France to Benin on 9 November 2021 out of 7,000. It is a drop in the ocean. As you said before, I was in the parliament in the last parliamentary term, and I was involved in various processes of the new Europe development in the EU-Africa strategy. For example, it are always mentioned, the European Action Plan Against Racism 2025 refers to colonialism, slavery, and Holocaust, but only as a mission for an internal culture of remembrance. And even not all EU countries have implemented the plan, which was drawn in 2020, and to which we, as a co-president of the RD, contributed, for example, by demanding the first coordinator that you have seen for her. And we asked Mrs. von der Leyen, we wanted a coordinator, someone with experience of racism. In the committee of DEVE, I worked on to my colleague to shape European development policy in the interest of the constituents and the diverse voices of civil society. Because the EU Parliament Development Committee is a place of debate and decision-making on some of the most pressing issues facing humanity, while development efforts have been contributed to better life for millions of people, like extreme poverty and child mortality have declined, there are also trends of great concern, such as the renewal of EU-Africa relations, peace, and the need to improve EU-Africa. The key to good relation is a respectful dialogue at high level between African and European actors. A human refugee policy is one of the most important challenges of our time, especially in the context of climate change. Europe must not build walls to keep refugees out. Flight and migration must not be further criminalized. In particular, we have been working on the right of women and girls and sexual minorities, on the renewal and decolonization of EU-Africa relations. For example, by introducing the letter of protection for the girls when they are going back to Africa, to the country of their parents, so that they are not be cut. Also, in the SCP Joint Parliamentary, we launched the Women Charter on Gender-Based Violence, and the charter will be the first joint agreement on violence against women between the EU and African, Caribbean, and Pacific states. It means 106 states in total. It will be a major milestone for women's rights in Europe and beyond the first step towards a global feminist women policy. And I understand that it has been even discussed in the DEVE committee for last week, I think. And also by that conference, as we were in Angola in February 24, I launched on the Cecil Ogwal Award, a prize to be awarded every 2 years in recognition of the joint work of an MEP from the European Parliament and an SCP country who has worked to improve relations between the EU and SCP countries. Cecil Ogwal was an MEP from Uganda who died in January 2024 and who helped to launch the project. This kind of action is a small step towards a fairer relationship between three continents. But the question we ask and we have, what it needs for a new quality of relation between Europe and Africa? In order to build a new quality of relationship, a major effort must be made to dismantle the colonial structures that still have an impact today. The colonial exploitation of African countries, the suppression of cultures and religion, the urban planning designed exclusively for export to Europe, the arbitrary drawing of borders, and the many moments of violence. These are very unpleasant issues but in my opinion, a sticking point to make the relationship more transparent and honest. We also hear from our African colleagues that in some types it seems almost absurd that these issues have been tackled so quickly and that a donor-recipient logic is being established. It is imperative to stop the non-confrontation of racist and violent movements and motivation that largely underlie a relation between Europe and Africa. Not to hold onto the past, but to remove the remnants of the past from our present structure and thus have a real common future. It is no coincidence that people in several African countries have joined the Black Lives Matter movement. For these people, in solidarity with each other, it is not about finding a scapegoat, but also understanding themselves and their own position in this world and being able to act. At this subject, I would like to point out the research that I made about the history of Black people in Germany and Belgium. And so I had the pleasure to have the exhibition at the European Parliament about Black people who were in the concentration camp and who live under the colonial and under the Nazi time, and because I find it is important also to know the history of the diaspora. The culture of memory. This brings us directly to another important aspect. The culture of remembrance has a place in this text. It is said, calls on the EU and Africa to develop a culture of remembrance, which will enable both continents to identify the vestige of colonial rule in their current relation and to negotiate appropriate measures to deal with them. In this context, a very striking example, symbol, and testimony of the aspect of this relationship that need to be healed is the question of the return of cultural artifacts that have been looted, illegally expropriated, extorted, and forcibly sold. The resistance of many European museums and governments to the return of these goods is astonishing, especially when one is often confronted with the concept of partnership between EU and Africa. In my opinion, this is an aspect with a lot of potential because it can show that European side is also making an effort to understand what role it has played in the past and in the existing inequality. In the context of EU-Africa relation, cultural goods must be returned to their countries of origin and conditions must be created for the permanent return of African culture heritage to Africa. The EU has a funding instrument for this, which also provides money for the restitution. Too many promises have been made. Too often the African people and their government have been felt exploited. China and Russia have little to offer to convince governments other than to stylize themselves as a former victim of Western oppression. This narrative works because we let it without commenting. It doesn't matter what is stopping the EU from finally doing so. We can see clearly that the time has come for the EU to face up to its responsibility if it wants to continue to be seen as a reliable and important global player. The transatlantic partnership that the EU has been able to rely on for decades is no longer enough, especially as democracy in the United States is at a breaking point with the new president election. The big question that we have are, first of all, the reparation. So, and this question come to the a strong signal from Africa itself. On 17 November 2023, many countries gathered in Ghana for the International Conference on Building a United Front to Advance the Cause of Justice and Reparation for Africans, and it signed the Accra Declaration of Reparation. The discourse on reparation has grown considerably in recent years, both at the SAP but also at the UN level. At the UN level, for example, the Secretary General Guterres published a report last autumn in favor of restorative justice for people of African descent. The current High Commissioner for Human Rights and his predecessor have spoken in favor of restorative justice. UNESCO recommends it, as do all the mechanisms of combating racism and several others. We are at the heart of this historic global discourse, and we have to go ahead. Only then will we succeed in shaping the narrative of this discourse and benefit from its term of global, local. If we continue to do nothing, not to retake, this debate will overtake us and eventually fall on. And the main beneficiary will be China and Russia and the right-wing populism. At the time when the parliament looks set to move even further to the right over the next 5 years, this is extremely important signal to our partners that we take their legitimate demands for justice seriously. We can be sure also of media interest. The Guardian and, for example, or the New York Times have also shown great interest in highlight the resolution. What is the resolution that's coming from the civil society? And we discuss about that regulation. And this resolution focuses on the 5 points that be recommendation also. First, the implementation of the action plan against racism beyond 2025 in all EU states, with a focus on the historical causes of structural and institutional racism, addressing the history and legacy of European colonialism and past persecution, including slavery, apartheid, and genocide, in order to focus on historical racism as a root cause of structural racism in the next EU action plan against racism. Second, the revision of history school books across Europe so that our shared European African history will be revisited. The creation of a permanent EU forum on restorative justice in line with the decade of the decade for people of African descent, and also the European Year for Eradication of Poverty. Also, recommendation and calls for the establishment of an EU permanent forum on restorative justice, which will be met annually in Brussels and serve as a consultative mechanism for civil society and other relevant stakeholders to provide advice and recommendation to the European Parliament, the European Commission, Council, and so on. And 5 point is calls also for the next commemoration of the European Day for the Abolition of the Slave Trade by the European Commission and the European Parliament in 2025 to be also a European Summit on restorative justice. And the last point, but this is my personal point of view, is to add the introduction of Black studies with a focus on the history of African descent in Europe. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. And I think you can support this recommendation, or not really, and not a recommendation really, is also the resolution that we worked last year with the civil society in Brussels. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much, Pierrette. Now, all the way from Brussels to South London, I would like to welcome Belle Ribeiro Addy from Streatham in South London, where she's the representative for the Labour Party. Your parliamentary roles are in the House of Commons Women and Equalities Committee and the Joint Human Rights Committee. You are a strong advocate for feminism, anti-racism, and workers' rights, consistently raising issues impacting marginalized communities. You are known for your critique of the criminalization of drug use and its disproportionate impact on racialized and working class communities. You advocate for public health approach to drug policy, and you emphasize the harm reduction for users and communities alike. So the connection to today's conference would be that you are addressing structural inequalities and advocating for policy reforms aligned closely with the themes of the Dekoloniale Berlin here, the Dekoloniale Berlin Conference here. It's our very great pleasure to have you here and to hear your insights about how it is to fight injustice that especially target people of African descent, and to also see the connection between London and Berlin. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much to Dekoloniale. I woke up too early this morning to get here, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak, and to the many partners I know, like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty, who have been fantastic in bringing all of this together. Now, we are here in Berlin 140 years later, and I'm pleased to be here 140 years later as the descendant of both enslaved and colonized Africans, but also as a citizen and a representative of a country which formerly had an empire. But I'm here with a different narrative, one that accepts something that successive governments have not, and that is that my country has a legal and moral obligation, like many others across Europe, to make reparations for what was done here and what continues to happen as a result of it. Now, what happened here in Berlin wasn't just an act of territorial rearrangement, it was an act of violence, one that echoes throughout generations. And it wasn't just about drawing borders, it was about power control, exploitation, claiming resources, land, minerals, labor, even after having extracted 100 years of this free labor through the transatlantic slave trade, and using this to fuel the economic growth of European empires at the expense of African lives. And the systems of governance that countries in the global south that were formerly colonized are meant to be grateful for were imposed by colonizers and were designed not to serve people, but to serve colonial powers. And today, 140 years later, too many of us are told that all of the things that face those countries are entirely their fault. We are all told that it's their fault, but still worse, we're told that we should forget about what happens. Whilst we build monuments, make days and movies and pay respects to all these other injustices, and why we as different European nations love history, we tell people of African descent that they should forget. We say that they should move on, and I have to ask, when people say that to me when I speak about the issues and the legacy of enslavement and colonialism, why is it only peoples of African descent that are asked to forget? Why are we the ones asked to expect to heal without justice and without recognition and without repair? Now, why should we be forgetting when, from racism to economic inequality and climate breakdown, so many of the problems that peoples of African descent face today have their undeniable roots in these crimes against humanity? And it's very important here that we establish that they are crimes, because some would have us believe that they are mere moments in history. And that is where I start my argument for reparations in my country. Now, I always start by making the point, because people are so caught up with the amount of money, that there is no collection of acts and no amount of money that could fully recompense for what happened. Because we have to start with that premise, that nothing could fully recompense for the enslavement, trafficking, genocide, ecocide, exploitation, degradation, theft of national resources, colonialism, deliberate underdevelopment, and forms of neocolonialism that persist today. These crimes were all too great, but a continuation of these crimes having been committed is simply allowing this to move further. So I am here proudly as the chair of the all-party parliamentary group on African reparations in the UK Parliament. We are the first group that exists of its kind. We are a cross-party caucus of members of parliament calling for policy on reparations in a country that was once known as the mother of empire. And we receive a lot of abuse for doing so. And I would argue that the focus needs to be on the root of that word, repare, to repair. And because it's as much about repairing global power structures, repairing moral and social equity, as it is about financial compensation. And one argument that I come up against again and again is that I should be grateful personally to have been born in the UK, and that people of African descent should be grateful that colonialism brought civilization and democracy to Africa, grateful that the UK abolished the slave trade and that the UK met our moral obligation, and so we should be praised for doing so. Now, I would say to anybody that suggests that the abolition of slavery was purely a moral consideration to come up with a good answer as to why they compensated the slave owners and not the enslaved. Because when slavery was abolished in the UK took out the largest loan it ever has in its history, £300 billion to pay off slave owners. And we only finished paying off that loan in 2015. That means that for decades, the descendants of enslaved, indentured, and colonized peoples paid towards the wealth of those who enslaved their ancestors. This means that I paid it through taxation. And not only have the government then established in my country that it was possible to pay reparations, even though they paid it to the wrong people, they have established that the funds exist in our present, and that's very important. So to deny the need for reparations because the crimes of humanity that we are referring to were long ago is actually a continuation of that, because it denies all the wealth that has been amassed and the very real experience of those of African descent today. Those for whom impoverishment and racism continues to exist. Because lest we forget that race is an entirely social construct without biological meaning, a human-invented classification system enforced primarily for the justification of the capitalist exploit of owning Africans as human beings for the purpose of free labor, subjugation, and theft. Now, our society is one that is actually organized around inheritance. We inherit wealth, our income, our culture, our identity, and our nation inherited all of these assets derived from the transatlantic slave trade and from colonialism. But for some reason, we refuse to inherit the liability. And I think that's very, very key, because we should not be sitting here and reaping the benefits with not also inheriting the blame. So it's very important that we look at it in that light. Now, there are three ways in which I believe that we should look at reparations and how it should be gone about. Now, the first I would refer to as community or global reparations, and that starts with an apology, an acknowledgement, using the language of liability with an intent to actually go about and commit this repair. An apology is free. And in my view, we would apologize to our equals. So the continued refusal to apologize shows me what European countries think of peoples of African descent. And we've heard so many different types of apology, or things that people have told us that are apologies. For example, in my country, you hear about deep sorrow and regret. Now, for me, deep sorrow is perhaps maybe what I had for breakfast, and regret is how late I stayed up last night because I had to wake up very early to get a flight to Berlin this morning. You cannot deeply regret or have deep sorrow about the trafficking, torture, and enslavement of millions of people. And, the idea that these sentiments are satisfactory, again, are about whether or not we are equals. And then people get stuck on the money, just on the money, when there has to be an understanding that reparations goes beyond finances. We're talking about environmental reparations, loss and damage, health reparations, educational reparations. And that's one of the reasons why I appreciate forums like this so much, because as much of the work I do and as much as I talk about reparations, there's so much I do not know. There is so much we've been lied to about, and there's so much more for all of us to learn. For example, when the slaves revolted, they were the ones that made it economically inviable for the slave trade to continue. However, they are never cited as the victors of their own freedom. We forget also that when the slave trade was ended, obviously the whips and the metal shackles were replaced with other constraints. They were replaced with colonialism. They were replaced following that with, the IMF having a Security Council on which not a single African state can sit, crippling debts, punitive and exploitative trade, the continued theft, institutional racism and poverty. And if we don't change global structures first, nothing will change. And this is why it cannot just be about money, because you can give money to any nation and all it would end up doing is being recycled back into the West. So we need to change those power structures. The second is restitution, which you've heard a lot about already. Archives for that history for which we are denied, and artifacts, because theft is theft. And one of the reasons why some large museums in my country will not give back artifacts to certain countries, and this is one of the reasons that they give, is that they wouldn't be able to take care of them. Imagine somebody stealing your property and then telling you they're not going to give it back because you can't take care of it. And then imagine finding the British Museum last year had an absolute scandal. They have so many things in their basement that employees from the museum were stealing things and putting them on eBay. Now, imagine, and then they asked the general public, because they don't know what they have, because they stole so much of it, or so much has been stolen and ended up in their, let me say that before I get myself into trouble, so many stolen things have ended up in their basement that they asked the public to try and find out what it is that had been stolen. Those are the people that can better take care of other countries' artifacts. And the most disgusting thing is human remains. Right across Europe, there are the heads of freedom fighters in jars. There are bones. And there are more regulations on the sale of the bodies of animals than there are on the sale on the sale of the bones and remains of peoples of African descent. We're seeing, even in this year, skulls of Africans auctioned online, the skull of a child from Congo sold on Instagram Live. Now, I don't care how old these bones are, you do not treat human beings like that, but there is no regulation for it. And finally, we need to decolonize development aid, because I have to be clear that aid is not reparations. It should never be considered as such. And that is one thing that people constantly say when we talk about reparations. What about all of the money that has been given in aid? Aid is a handout, often with strings attached, and reparations is what people of African descent are owed. They are two completely different things. But not just that, international development aid has become a multi-billion-dollar industry, with some companies now even turning a profit, private companies getting involved. And what does every single industry need? Supply and demand. This means that the model benefits keeping people in poverty. It benefits those industries to see countries poor. And, I'm not saying that none of them have ever done any good or have any done any helpful work. And, it's important that most aid agencies' mission statements include the alleviation of poverty. But due to the marketization of development, if it's not part of every single aid agency's strategic plan to bring their own organization to an end, then they are simply part of the problem. Aid is not reparations. And I think it's important even how we here look at things. Africa and Africans never needed anybody's help. They needed respect, regard, and most importantly, as any human being and any group of human beings they need collaboration. That's completely different from looking down on people or even paternalistically telling them what they need. So I'm pleased that the discussion is happening here, because we hear that the CARICOM are talking, we hear the African Union are talking, but we also understand that policies need to be made here in European countries, and that's what we're looking towards in the UK. So I'm here to learn. There is so much more to learn, and for my colleagues at home that may not accept the moral arguments, I know so many of you do, I have an economic one for them. Power structures are changing. The world is changing. And, as we see the spread of nationalism across Europe, we have to remember that we are not, Europe is not unique in terms of that. African countries, Caribbean countries, they also have nationalists. They have nationalists who are, leaders in their country. They have nationalists who you may not have heard of. And they also have the belief that they are there and they are maintaining their countries, not because of anything European states have done for them, but in spite of it. And, 140 years ago, there was a scramble for Africa here, they called it. But now European countries are going to have to go and scramble for friends themselves because those power structures are changing, because trade is changing. And, we only have to look at what happened at the recent Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit, where actually some of the fastest growing economies in the Commonwealth didn't attend. They went to BRICS instead. The world is changing, and our European states need friends, and we're not going to do that if we continue to look at the countries that we once colonized in the eyes that we have for so long. And if we think people are nice with us now in those particular countries, we have to understand that most people are nice to people who they might have to ask for money in the future. It's just what happens. That doesn't mean they like us, and we need to make sure that we go to them with respect. That's how friendships are forged. So definitely, I think it's important to look at the fact that the arguments are always framed about what we cannot do, and there's so much that we can do. And the way we organize the world is messed up because of hierarchy. And, reparations is not, as I said again, about handing over large sums of money. And not that it doesn't mean that money will not be involved, but it's all about reimagining the world with different power structures, reimagining the world with the equality that we all know that it was meant to have before what happened here 140 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Is it on? Thank you so very much. This was your applause. We will continue. We're a little late, surprise. But now I'm sure everybody is super curious to know a little bit more about these fantastic delegates. So we have a fun game now. Everybody can introduce themselves with their name and their profession. And please also state the respective colonizing nation that participated 140 years ago, where you live, where you work, where you're from, whatever you want to disclose here. And then just, I don't want to say brief outline, just maybe a sentence or half a sentence, how this Berlin Conference has affected your community or your country or your disciplines. The fun part of it is you have 60 seconds to do so. In order for us to keep time, I thought of saying that whoever takes more seconds, the next person will not have them, but I will resort to that maybe later. We see up to 90 seconds, but yeah. I'm biased. I will ask my next door neighbor from Rwanda to start, and then maybe we just go across the delegates. And yeah, please, your name, profession, also the respective colonizing nation, how the Berlin Conference has affected your countries and communities. Another just a little technical hint, only 2 mics at the same time can work, so you seem to know that. So please share and then switch it off. And just so you know, after the introduction of all of you to the audience and each other, we will have a group picture before everybody can take a seat, and then just the respective groups the first group can stay, obviously, but then the groups will come to present their demands. Who's talking to me? Okay. You. Then, without further ado, please, Charles, you can start.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Murinda Kabwete. I am a Rwandan. I teach history at the University of Rwanda. And I've been invited to this Dekoloniale conference, not just today, but since actually 2 years ago. I've been involved in the research on the human remains from Rwanda, which were taken by the Germans in 1907, 1908. We have completed the first part of our research on provenance research, how those human remains were stolen and then brought here. Now we are completing the research on how best to organize the repatriation of those human remains and even how to build a memorial for them. So how did the Berlin Conference affect Rwanda? The Germans reorganized the borders of our regions in ways that initially were not like that. And then those ways also created conflicts because the current borders we have between Rwanda, Congo, and even Uganda were negotiated between the Germans, the British, and the Belgians, and many of our communities were split in those 3 countries. And that fact itself of splitting communities has brought so many conflicts, some of which still exist today. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. I wanted to say this is 90 seconds. This was 90 seconds. Please continue.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Amaesa Engman. I'm a professor of archaeology and direct descendant of Carl Gustav Engman, who was a governor at Christiansborg Castle in Ghana, and his Ghana wife. So Carl was my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. So Christiansborg Castle was seat of government administration under the Danish and the British during the colonial period, and then after independence, the Republic of Ghana. So for a decade, I've been excavating at the castle. I collaborate, I've trained other direct descendants, so Danish Gars. I call this work autoarchaeology. Denmark attended the conference. However, they weren't interested in territories in Africa. They were more concerned with protecting the territories that they had in the then Danish West Indies, which is today the US Virgin Islands, and Greenland. Denmark had already, in the late 1700s, tried to establish plantation colonies, but these failed on the coast as an alternative to the Danish transatlantic slave trade. So in my work, I'm concerned with what redress, repair, and reconciliation look like when one's ancestry is associated with those who profited from the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. And so despite Denmark's colonial amnesia, in my work, I'm really concerned with, can autoarchaeology be a restorative and reparative practice that helps us collectively reckon with historical injustice and build towards a more equal and equitable future? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name's Gary Young. I represent the UK. I am a professor of sociology at the University of Manchester. And the primary impact of the Berlin Conference on Britain was one of delusion. It was a Danish foreign minister who, during the Brexit negotiations, said there are countries in Europe that are small and there are countries in Europe that have yet to realize that they are small. Guess which one Britain was. And that has spawned a learned ignorance. People call it colonial amnesia, but actually Britain has proved the capacity, as many European nations have, to forget in real time. In 1948, the Colonial Office put out a survey. This was at a time when Britain still dominated most of the globe, and discovered that half of the country could not name a single colony. They were forgetting in real time. And so when it comes to immigration, and my parents came from Barbados, we would tell people, well, we are here because you were there. But of course, if you don't know that you were there, then how would you understand that we are here? If we are demanding reparations and you don't know you've broken anything, then how can you agree to repair something that you know was never broken? There is a desire to break away from our historical past, to be in flight from our historical past, which is unsustainable. In England, they will say, we won the war, even if they didn't fight, even if they weren't born. They will say, we won the World Cup, even if they didn't play, even if they weren't born. But when you ask them about colonialism and slavery, they will say, that wasn't us. We weren't there. We weren't born. This is unsustainable. And this is the source of our delusion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Mordecai Ogada. I'm from Kenya, and the Berlin Conference was my colleagues' ancestors. And Kenya was a colony of Britain, still behaves a lot like a colonial outpost even today. By profession, I'm a wildlife biologist, and I function as conservation consultant and policy consultant and writer. My key interest in this matter is that environmental conservation and climate change mitigation is the new colonialism happening in the world today. People in Africa and other parts of the global south are losing land to sequester carbon emitted in Europe. And that's why meetings like this are very important, so that we can discuss this at the same table and not say we when one of us is a polluter and one of us is a conservationist. There's no we. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nyanchama Okemwa. I'm also from Kenya, so I will not go over what he said, and I will try and just give my own pitch. First of all, Nyanchama Okemwa is not my only name. It was my original name, but then I could not have it because the priest could not allow me. So my mom went and got me a French name. My official name is Maria Antoinette Salamaris Roberta Nyanchama Nyariana Nyakenage Nyakebundu Okemwa. So for those who cannot pronounce Nyanchama, have a pick. I choose Nyanchama, but I've got many more up there. The one thing that I want to highlight is, thing that really struck me is a saying very common, which I never really understood at the time, that, that England is the empire in which the sun never sets. England, the empire in which the sun never sets, sounds so pompous, but it's because they've got so many colonies that there's always sun in each of the places where England is. I want to say the same thing about my people. I want to say the same thing about my culture, my history, my language. I want to appreciate my heroes. We were massacred in 1905 and 1908, but then nobody talks about it because nobody wants to write about it. We are, even in our own country, we only hear about the Mau Mau, right? So I want to talk about heroines that I've never heard of, like Kinje Kitile Ngwale of Tanzania, Mura, who was now from my culture, Sio wa Kiumu of Nandi, Mugo wa Kabiru of Agikuyu, Mary Mdhoni. I want us to have reparation in retrieving our culture. That's what I want. I want us to retrieve our languages, our spirituality, our histories, our trajectories, our agency, our pride, and our dignity that was stripped of our ancestors. Thank you.
Well, after that, I don't know what to say. I'm Nosa Akile. I'm from Greece. I'm half Greek, half Nigerian, actually. psychologist in the profession. I have been working with a refugee and migrant population in Greece since 2016, when the whole wave of refugees started. Even though I think I might be the only delegate that Greece was not part of the Berlin Conference. It's a small country, but I think the results and the decisions that have been taken then have really impacted the whole geopolitical, let's say, way of Greece partnering with the big powers until now. It's really the important thing is like how the whole decisions have impacted migration policies, and also in Greece, following the trends. Unfortunately, this is very, very vibrant and it's everywhere. And it's really emotional for me being along with colleagues here that they really embrace their African culture, because growing up in Greece, in a small country, I was the only black child in my school. So I taught to just hide my African roots, and most of the young people still staying in Greece, some of them, they don't even have ID, they don't have any rights, they're just there. They're learned to just hide where they're from and just try to integrate by hiding who is, their roots. And it's really important to highlight that. And with all these migration policies within Europe, including Greece, I think we just end up of losing who we really are and who we really want to be, because we have to assimilate and we have to be a proper and good citizens according to EU trends. So yeah, thank you very much.
My name is Inocência Mata. I teach literature and African literatures and culture at the University of Lisbon in Portugal. My country, I came from an Africa colonized by Portugal, and my father is from São Tomé and Príncipe, two small islands in front of Gabon and Cameroon too. Someone is Alice, and my mother is from Angola. I teach African cultures and literatures, which is in Portugal a very hard job, because in Portugal the Portuguese still live in a denial of their historical past, and still thinking as ego, as written about Africa, and which Sarkozy as again in 2007 with the Dakar speech. That speech was known as the Dakar speech, when he says that Africa has not entered history yet. And so it is a very difficult job because of that, and because Portuguese believe and they teach the children that Portuguese colonialism was a very kind colonialism. Yes, that the British are very racist, and that the French, and also and so France, United Kingdom, Belgium, they are very racist, but not us. Not us. And so it's not even Africans believe this. Because because Portuguese colonialism has the sociological basis of Portuguese colonialism is the the lusotropicalism, which is a theory by Brazilian sociologist Gilberto Freire, which was adopted by so-called Estado Novo, new state, because you must know that differently from the other colonial powers, Portugal was a fascist country too, colonial and fascist. That's why to conquer the independence, those countries have to fight. In Guinea-Bissau, Angola, and Mozambique, they went through a guerrilla war, which still, along with the consequences, the legacy of the Berlin Conference, is still undermining the development, the harmony, the peace in those countries. You must know that now, when I speak, there is almost a civil war in Mozambique. You know. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kilwanji Kiahenda. I'm an artist from Angola. And in my practice, I'm very interested on fiction, on history too, but I'm not a historian. I have this big fascination for history, but I also like the freedom to lie. Sometimes I'd say like this freedom to lie without being called a liar. But all that just to think how to travel to different temporalities, how we can somehow get rid from the present. Because from the country where I'm from, it's been living through different periods of extreme violence. And even today, there's a very unbalanced inequality society, and people is very holding to the present. So for me, it's not only about Angola, it's about Africa, that the capacity we have of projecting the future, possible future, and have access to our history. Is not, if we don't have a history, or if we have, it's not even a question, but it's more related to the idea that what mechanisms we have of access to that history. And I look to art as a way of challenging it, of provoking this kind of thinking. Angola, it's considered that 1/3 of the enslaved people that were taken to Americas were from Angola. So the Portuguese, they were the first to start the transatlantic commerce, and they were the last to finish. And during even when the slavery period had finished, we lived through a period that there was this code of indigenous workers, which was a continuation of the slavery work. And then we went through 14 years of colonial war, which was the seed, the roots of the civil war that happened in Angola, that lasted for 30 years. So it was considered one of the longest, if not the longest civil war on the planet. So when the war finished, I was 23 years old. It's been a lot of violence and silence. So there is a gap. Sometimes I say that there is like, we've been run over by history, which is something that happened in many countries in the world, is that need of belonging to a modern world, but at the same time, we have problems from the Stone Age to stove. And for me, that also deals a lot with the lack we have from our access to our own history, the memories. And as Innocencia said very well, the country that has colonized Angola, the Portuguese, they still like romanticizing that idea of colonization, like the good colonizer. It's still, and also part of my work, it deals with the memory and the public space. what does represent us, the public space, which are the monuments that talk to us, they should be celebrated or not. So part of my work is also kind of the sabotage of that memory in the public space to manipulate it. But somehow that idea of the memory for me still become very important, also because the family where I come from, like my father, when he was born, when he was 20 years old, his mother passed away, and all the pictures from his mother were destroyed. And for me, it's he always lived with this idea that never saw the face of his mother. And one day he received an email from his sister, which it was the birth certificate of her with her the signature of his mother, and he was very emotional only to see her signature. And he sent to us the sons and the daughters, saying like, "Here's a proof that my mother existed," and I told him like, "You are the proof that she existed." But just to tell how this systematically destruction of memory had affected our idea of existence. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Einen schönen guten Tag. Ich werde auf Kolonialdeutsch reden. Also Kolonial-Englisch ist, also bin ich nicht so gut. Da wenn ich, und sowieso ist es keine von diesen unseren Sprachen. Ja, leider. Mein Name ist Hamadou Dipama.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Amadou Dipama. I'm not going to speak in English because I believe it's colonial. Hello. I'm not going to speak in English since he chose to speak in German. He chose not to speak in English, but to speak in German. So the floor is yours.
Genau. Ich komme aus Burkina Faso.
I'm from Burkina Faso.
Und lebe in München.
And I live in Munich.
Ich bin von dem Arbeitskreis Panafrikanismus München, die wir alle 2 Jahre einen Panafrikanismus-Kongress organisieren.
And you've been organizing a Pan-African Congress in Munich.
In dem auch es solchen wichtigen Themen uns einfach bewegt.
Where we are trying to address important topic that moves us.
Neben diesen ist natürlich die Situation von Geflüchteten, vor allem Geflüchteten auf unserem Kontinent, ist ein großes Anliegen von mir. Deswegen bin ich seit 2007 im Bayerischen Flüchtlingsrat als einer der Sprecher.
Among which, of course, is the situation of refugees, people, particularly those coming from our continent. And that topic we are trying to address is in our working group.
Also ich will nicht viel über meine aktivistische Tätigkeit hier detaillieren. Und ich möchte auch nicht sozusagen in die einzelnen Punkten der Problematik, warum wir uns hier getroffen haben, angehen, weil es geht ja erstmal, dass wir kurz über uns euch sagen.
I will not go into details about my activistic work because the task that we are giving is to share some few information about ourselves.
Also die Punkte, die wir sowieso erarbeitet haben, wird euch präsentiert.
The point that we work on, the demand we formulated in our working group in the morning are going to be presented to you later.
Ich möchte aber die OrganisatorInnen sehr, sehr bedanken, also Dekoloniale Berlin, Dekolonial Festival und alle eure KooperationspartnerInnen für diese wichtigen Veranstaltungen, diese wichtigen Anliegen, weil wir brauchen das. Ich werde sagen, wenn ich in die letzte Zeit in den Ländern Afrika unterwegs bin und in den Unis, in den Gymnasien.
I want to use this opportunity to thank the decolonial team for giving us the chance to come here together to have this conversation, because I believe it's extremely important to have such pieces. I link it with the experience I've had so far traveling throughout the African continent, visiting universities, schools.
Also wenn man den Jugendlichen in diesen Institutionen, in diesen Bildungsinstitutionen begegnet, dann wissen wir, dass die Situation in unserem Kontinent nicht so bleiben wird. Die Jugendlichen ticken anders und es wird eine positive Veränderung kommen.
And I can assure you that with regard to what I've witnessed, conversing with young people who are studying, who are living on the continent, things are about to change.
Und deswegen brauchen die auch unsere Unterstützung. Das haben wir in Burkina Faso, in Mali und Niger mit dem AES, l'Alliance des États du Sahel, angefangen. Und die brauchen unsere alle Unterstützung, damit das nicht nur in diesen 3 Ländern bleibt, sondern dass den gesamten afrikanischen Kontinent diese Bewegung sozusagen als des neuen Weg für uns alle. Dankeschön.
And we need that. We need that movement to spread out throughout the continent, as we have witnessed it in 3 countries so far: Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. And for that, we need your support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I just wanted to remind all of us that we have like 60 to 90 seconds, which became now 60. It started so concise, and then, but that's a natural evolvement also of, we want to hear everything, but we have more time later on to each working group can present also what they discussed in the group and their thoughts on that. So let's try to go back to the 60 German seconds to present ourselves, the role profession, the country, and especially also how it affected the community, this Berlin conference 140 years ago. Please push on the button. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Teodorina. I'm from Ukraine. My father from Chad and my mother from Ukraine. I was born in France, and during my childhood, I grew up in and educated in 3 cultures. Why I am here in Berlin conference, why it's very important for me, because in Ukraine, I work in African Council of Ukraine. And the main point why I'm here, it's anti-racism direction, because Ukraine, yes, she did not colonize countries, but the racism still presents there. And today we are going to talk about how to eliminate it in the fastest way. And also one of the point is educational system, educational and historical system, because really it's very, very have a big impact in racism, not only in Ukraine, but in any country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mina Salami, and I am representing Sweden and Finland. Finland also was not part of the Berlin conference. It was colonized by Russia at the time, but Sweden was. And I am of Finnish and Nigerian heritage. I am based in London, like Gary, and although I'm currently in Hamburg at a place called the New Institute, where I've been chairing a research program on Black feminism and the polycrisis. I'm also an author of feminist books, and I've been working on a book about African feminism in the past year. So in terms of how the Berlin conference impacted my communities, my discipline, I mean, we could talk about that for weeks, but the one thing I'll say is that it created deep wounds and trauma. And one of the things that really concerns me in my work is looking not only at the kind of material impacts, which I think are the wounds that we all very often address, the impoverishment, the wars, conflicts, the corruption, things like that, but also I'm concerned with the metaphysical, the non-material wounds. So the challenges in finding a self-story and a shared narrative and meaning, largely speaking, which continues to trouble Africa and the diaspora so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Pumla Dinawagola. I'm a feminist author, professor. I'm a feminist scholar from South Africa. I'm a feminist scholar of slavery and of the histories of race. I am here, before I get to that, Cape Town was founded on slavery as an outpost of the Verenigde Oost-Indische Compagnie, the Dutch East India Company. And yet, at the Berlin Conference, Philip van der Hoeven, who was the representative of the Netherlands, insisted that the Dutch, the Netherlands, required no colonies in Africa, had no interest in Africa. Of course, as he said so, he allowed the erasure of the history of the Dutch in South Africa. As the founders of Cape Town, for the DEIC, the massive enslavement on which Cape Town was founded, the land allocation given into the hinterland of South Africa by the DEIC or the VOC, Verenigde Oost-Indische Compagnie, the Dutch East India Company, to once it released many of its laborers who would then form the wine industry, and from which the Dutch East India Company would reap for several centuries significant profit. However, this disavowal of African colonies at the Dutch East India Company reached long into the future of what would become South Africa. There is extensive evidence looking at the legal documents of the Dutch East India Company that the Dutch presence in South Africa, that we can trace the development of South Africa's racial and class hierarchy to the presence of the Dutch in South Africa. Of course, fast forward into the future, this erasure of this presence and this massive financial gain of the Dutch East India Company, which by the middle of the 17th century was the most productive, the richest of the European slaving companies, led recently to the Netherlands omitting South Africa from its apology to its former colonies and the areas in which it enslaved people. However, the Dutch, the Netherlands, may have forgotten conveniently what enables them to attend that conference. We haven't forgotten, because as the great South African poet Don Matera insisted, memory is a weapon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hilda Gottsaitis, and I'm a decolonial activist, artist, and professional protester from Namibia. I say professional because if there's a protest in Windhoek, I'm most likely there. But yes, so the way that the Berlin Conference still affects Namibia or me personally is my name is Hildegard. I'm a Black woman. What's going on there? And yeah, I mean, essentially, like culturally, economically, spiritually, in every single way, Namibia is still very much affected by, the Berlin Conference. And one of the big ways is also with the land issue, like more than, don't quote me on the number, but more than 70% of our land is still in white ownership, even though the white population is less than 10% of Namibia's population. So that's another way that, it still affects us. And of course, Namibia is known for trying to get reparations from the German government, and the German government agreed, but what they agreed on was 30 years of aid and development. And it's also problematic that they're trying to do this supposed reparations with the Namibian government, except instead of the affected communities, which is the Nama, Ovaherero, and San people, and also that the amount that they're offering is less than what they spent on renovating the Humboldt Forum. which again shows you what they think of Namibian and Nama Herero and San lives. So yeah, thank you.
A perfect 90 seconds.
Oui. Alors, moi, je suis Alice Nkom, je suis avocate de profession, je suis camerounaise.
My name is Alice Kom. I'm a lawyer, originally from Cameroon.
Et mon pays a subi 3 colonisateurs et aujourd'hui, nous avons en la personne du président de la République qui s'appelle Paul Biya, quelqu'un qui a parfaitement retenu la leçon de la prestidigitation, du double jeu et de la manipulation.
My country was colonized 3 times, and today we have a president who have learned the best way from the former colonizers about how to manipulate and betray.
Ça fait 43 ans qu'il est au pouvoir.
He's been in power for 40 years now.
Avec un mandat politique de 7 ans qui se renouvelle automatiquement parce que le logiciel, il est bien huilé, il est en place et ça plaît à l'ancien colonisateur.
With the political mandate has been upgrading itself automatically because the legislators are supposed to manage it is not functioning anymore. And of course, all of it happening for the pleasure of the colonizers or former colonizers.
Et mon président a parfaitement compris qu'en faisant le pacte avec l'ancien colonisateur, il se garantissait ce que les chefs d'État africains aiment beaucoup, c'est-à-dire mourir au pouvoir et gagner le pouvoir absolu sur son peuple en changeant simplement quelques mots. Par exemple...
Je traduis.
Oui.
Sorry. And my dear president has learned the lesson very well on how to remain himself in power by changing some few words in his program.
Par exemple,
one example,
le racisme,
racism,
ce qui risque de viser son ancien collaborateur, à son ancien colonisateur, mais qui lui permet de garder sa place, le racisme va s'appeler tribalisme.
Instead of using racism, we're going to talk about tribalism.
Et le mot tribalisme n'existe pas dans les conventions internationales.
International convention, we do not have the term tribalism.
Ça lui permet d'exercer la division, la corruption à l'intérieur du pays et même de violer son serment qui consiste à assurer la protection des biens et des personnes en créant des petites guerres civiles pour ceux qui ne veulent pas se conformer.
With it, he has all his freedom to violate his oath, divide and implement things the way it feels, and with it, not respect what it promised to do, indeed protect the interest of his population.
C'est le meilleur héritier du colonialisme anglo-germano-français.
He is the best heir of the colonialism, the German, English, French colonialism.
Et ça produit les mêmes effets que le cancer et ses métastases. Voilà.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci. Please go ahead.
Bonsoir. Et
Good evening.
je voudrais vous adresser mes salutations fraternelles et patriotiques, le plus aimable et le plus aguerri possible.
Greetings to you.
Je suis Mwazulu Diabanza,
My name is Mwazulu Diabanza,
porte-parole internationale de l'organisation panafricaine Unité, Dignité, Courage,
representative of the Pan-African Organization Unity, Dignity, Courage,
mais aussi représentant de Maïndoulé. Maïndoulé, une
Also,
fédération
representative of the Federation Maïndoulé,
qui rassemble tous les panafricanistes originaires de la République démocratique du Congo.
where all the Pan-Africanists originating from the Democratic Republic of Congo are coming together.
Cela ne vous échappe pas que la République démocratique du Congo est le seul pays du monde.
You might have known that the Democratic Republic of Congo is the only country in the world,
Et la seule partie de notre planète
the only part of our earth,
où toutes les puissances qui jadis étaient présentes justement lors de la conférence de Berlin
where all the powers, the colonial power that attending the Berlin Conference in 1884
ne se font pas la guerre.
are not fighting
Parce
against
que
one
le
another.
Congo, c'est la mère nourricière qui, par ses seins, continue à allaiter l'enfant occident qui refuse de grandir.
Because the Congo is the mother that is keep on breeding, feeding, breastfeeding the European child that doesn't want to grow up.
C'est de cette manière-là que le Congo a été impacté par cette conférence.
In that same manner that the Congo has been impacted by that conference.
Donc, qui permet jusqu'aujourd'hui, jusqu'au moment où nous parlons, tous ces vautours économiques du monde occidental,
which up to date has guaranteed the economic benefits that Europe has been enjoying unto today.
Continue de piller, de violer, d'éventrer, de bouleverser l'avenir justement de ces peuples et du monde noir dans son ensemble, parce que c'est là le socle du Congo, de l'humanité noire.
Where Europe has been given the mandate to loot, destroy everything.
Donc je finis par cette volonté actuelle aujourd'hui pour nous de nous engager dans ces combats pour la restitution de notre patrimoine culturel et culturel pillé et enfermé dans le musée européen.
I want to end my introduction by highlighting our mobilization to fight for the restitution for our cultural heritage.
Mettre fin à la domination économique, monétaire, culturelle et sécuritaire sur l'Afrique, le Congo et le peuple noir.
Ending the economic, cultural dominion that has been exercised on the African continent.
La construction des États-Unis d'Afrique.
The construction of international state of Africa.
Et enfin la conquête du pouvoir par une conscience panafricaine aiguisée qui semble être le seul moyen pour nous de mettre fin à cette aventure inhumaine de la conférence de Berlin.
And the conquest of the power in a very wise manner that for me is the only way to end this episode that has been following up over the last decades.
Unité, dignité, courage. Je vous remercie.
Unity, dignity, courage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bon, je crois que je vais continuer en français. Oh non. Oh, sorry. But,
No. Go ahead.
Both?
Okay. So it's going to continue in French.
So my name is Kani Alem. I'm from Togo. I'm a writer and also an academic teaching comparative literature at University of Lomé. Yes. You know, Germany came in Togo in 1884. And in 1914, during the First World War, Germany resisted to attack from Ghana, from British colonial troops, and resist to attack from Dahomey, where French troops came also. So Germany is still in Togo. I'm sure you are telling yourself it's a dystopia. Germany is not in Togo. But you know, when you arrive in Togo and you talk about Germany, it's a country where people used to tell you Germany was the good colonizer. Because in fact, in reality, in 1814, Germany lost the war in Togo and were replaced by, Alice knows that very well, by French and British. So in terms of comparison, people think that a colonization is better than another one. I don't know what is the best thing to do. Maybe one day organize a referendum in Togo and ask the people to choose the best colonization. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nomi Anyawu. I'm from Vienna. I was born and raised in Austria, but I live in Edinburgh, Scotland now, because I had to flee the racism in Austria, and amongst other reasons. I'm the chairwoman of Black Voices Austria. We were founded in 2020 after the big Black Lives Matter protest that was unexpectedly big in Austria, even though we are a very racist country, as a lot of people here might know. I mean, it's very similar to Germany. We had a very big movement of anti-racist solidarity, which was quite surprising. So we founded the organization Black Voices to be a bridge between the civil society, but also, so that means to keep organizing protests, to keep making workshops and educational work around the theme of anti-racism, but also to be a bridge to parliament. So what we did is we organized the first referendum in the country's history against racism, and we collected signatures for a national action plan against racism, and we collected nearly 100,000. And we're still trying to advocate for that action plan to be implemented into Austrian law. Yeah, and I'm also a freelance trainer against racism for different institutions. And what I can say about Austria and colonialism is definitely denial. So Austria never had overseas colonies, but man, they tried. It is not that Austria was so anti-racist, they just focused on colonizing other parts of the world. And even though Austria has been found in many studies, like by the Fundamental Rights Agency, to be the leading country in Europe for anti-Black racism, which is just a study from last year, Austrians don't really get it. I think they can't really grasp that this is something that they have to deal with themselves. And for that, kind of to make that a bit more tangible, there is a story, a very, very short one, I promise, that I want to tell about Angelo Soliman. So Austria didn't have overseas colonies, but they did have African enslaved people in Austria. And Angelo Soliman was one of the first ones. So he was brought to Austrian court and educated, and he was even thought to be friends with the high society in Vienna. But only after he died, the true nature of the Austrians kind of revealed itself. Even though he was high society and he was celebrated during his time alive, when he died, and that's quite graphic, so sorry for that, he was stuffed and put on display in what is known now the Natural History Museum in Vienna. So while he was alive, they celebrated him, and when he was dead, they were like, you were just an object, and this is what we're going to show you now. His daughter fought for a long time to get his human remains, but she was never successful, unfortunately. So even though we know these stories and these numbers, in my work in Austria, when I talk about racism and anti-racism, and when, for example, we're invited into parliament to talk to different politicians about that issue, I remember a meeting with the Secretary of State, not the current one, a former one, and she invited us and she said, your work is amazing. I really want to talk about what's happening here. And we go into the room, she says, welcome, welcome, sit down. So my first question is racism really that bad here?
Thank you.
Buenas tardes para todas, todos, todes. Primero voy a saludar a los ancestros africanos y africanas que llegaron a las Américas. Okay.
This is greeting and a libation for the African ancestors. Rudy is speaking in Spanish, so I will translate quickly, spontaneously.
Is Yoruba, Lukumi.
It's Yoruba.
Omituto, Anatuto, Tuto Laroye, Tuto Ile, Tuto Owo, Tuto Omo, Tuto Arikubabawa. Mojuba, Mojuba Lofi, Mojuba Lodumare, Mojuba Cheda, Mojuba Okada, Mojuba Chayodun, Oniodun, Odungala, Mojuba Baba, Mojuba Jeje, Mojuba Ra, Mojuba Ile, Mojuba Kokowan, Iyalocha, Babalocha, Omo Kalaba, Egun Embelese, Mafere Fumbo Poeko. Ashe.
Ashe.
Yo soy Amanda Hurtado.
I'm Rudy Amanda Hurtado.
Nací en Colombia.
I was born in Colombia, which was colonized by the Spanish.
Soy activista antirracista.
I'm an anti-racism activist.
Profesora.
A professor.
Directora del Observatorio de Discriminación Racial.
Director of the Observatorio of Racial Discrimination.
Y curadora del Museo Afro de Colombia.
And curator of the Afro Museum of Colombia.
Soy de Timbiquí.
I'm from Timbiquí.
Una comunidad de descendientes de africanos.
A community of descendants of Africans who were
que fueron secuestrados de la madre África.
Kidnapped from Africa.
Pero que lucharon por su libertad.
But who fought for their freedom since the crossing.
Desde la travesía en los barcos de la trata esclavista.
In the slave trade ships.
No podemos olvidar
we cannot forget
que el primer reparto colonial de África
that the first colonial division of Africa
fue sobre su población.
Was over its population.
Niñas, niños, jóvenes.
Boys, girls, children.
Fueron
youngsters.
saqueados, secuestrados y arrancados de sus pueblos.
I forgot to translate that.
Participaron todas las potencias imperiales.
So all the imperial, colonialist, and capitalist European powers participated.
Se repartieron las rutas y los beneficios del mercado de la trata.
In this trade, they shared the routes and the profits of the slave trade market.
La conferencia de Berlín fue la expansión.
The Berlin Conference was the deepening,
profundización y exacerbación del proyecto colonial imperial europeo.
And exacerbation of this project.
Fue la creación de la totalidad del despojo, explotación y expoliación sobre África y las diásporas africanas.
Honey, we have slightly different texts here. Give me 1 second. No, we just continue, love.
Okay. Nuestro futuro
Our future
es ancestral,
is ancestral,
anticolonial,
anti-colonial,
y antirracista.
And anti-racist. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We managed somehow, but not good enough to stick to our initial plan, but we have a new plan. So now, before the groups present, we would like to take a picture, because why not have a breather to digest all this brilliance that we just heard of you. We'll do a quick picture. I will just explain so that it's easier. Everybody who's sitting here can just stand up and push their chair towards the table so that there's more space, and then everybody from the sides can also come in front of here. And after that, everybody can stay in their place, and we'll do the group's presentations from here. So we spare some time. Perfect. I see you all also have very constructive ideas. Thank you. Please, delegates from the sides, and especially also our two keynote speakers, Dr. Pierrette Herzberger-Fofana and Belle Ribeiro Adi, please join the family picture. Na? So, I hope the photographer, oh yeah, there he is, because we said we do this, yes. Willst du uns auch ins Picture machen?
Yeah, give me the chairs. Get in there.
The chairs?
I
saw me, yeah. So please, the chairs, the experts from the working groups also join the picture, which also means me. Yes, and the keynote speakers should be very visible. Longer people in the back. Shorter people. I'm long. It's fine. I'm in the back. I'm long enough. Karen, you can switch with the pen maybe. No, sir? Is everybody there? I mean, please look at the cameraman with the black pullover.
Yes. Got it? All right.
All right. Up, 1 second, 1 second. Excuse me, gentleman in the front with the blue pullover, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, delegates, go back to your seats. Today is a work day. We're going to have the presentations of the working groups in a minute.
Ja, und wir haben noch die Arbeitsgruppe.
5 Minuten Pause, dann sage ich anderen, sonst wir 10. Okay?
Und wie machen wir das dann mit den Arbeitsgruppen, damit jetzt dann das schon vorbereitet ist?
Ich würde die nach Gruppen sortieren und also meine sind schon zusammen, dann einfach die Gruppen zusammensetzen. In der Zeit, wo die.
Gut, aber die sollten dann in der Mitte sitzen, vermutlich, oder?
Das ist die Frage. Wollen wir jedes Mal die Mitte holen, das kostet Zeit oder sagen wir, das ist die Gruppe, das ist die? Ich würde
okay, also wir haben. Ist sie dabei?
Nee.
Und ihre Expertinnen sollten ja auch mit dabei sein.
Ja, okay. Aber wir haben nicht genug Plätze, dass alle sitzen. Ich hole die aber, die sitzt ja hier, die Rim, ich bin der Eda und Sylvain. Okay, ich sag mal kurz an, dass 5 Minuten Pause ist. So, excuse me, by popular demand, we make a short break. Excuse me. Just by popular demand and for the things that we need to do as humans, we have 5-minute break. 5 minutes. I will come collect everyone who's not here after that.
Das können wir ja moderieren, statt lange moderieren.
Ja. Wir haben nicht die Zeit, das Mikrofon ins Publikum zu geben, wenn wir noch genug haben. Wichtiger ist, wir wollen nichts managen. Wichtiger ist, dass die Expertinnen würdigen werden und was sagen können. Ich würde sagen, ja, ist mir egal, wo wir leben, ist nicht so kurz. Aber wir ja, und dann wären wir bei 5 Es wird dann sowieso eine Stunde, wir haben noch eine Reise. So würde dann etwas passieren, den Film Distraction.
Kein Film. Ja.
They all have to leave, right? Those are going to present the result coming in.
Yes, but most of them are the delegates, so they're staying, and then some more are coming in.
So they don't have to make the thing.
No.
No, they should stay. They should stay.
Also hätten wir die Großworte abgeschaltet.
Ja, total. Vor 10 Minuten.
Ja! Ja. No. It's not a toy. Ich wollte nur fragen, wie lange brauchst du noch? Hörst du mich? Warte mal. So, jetzt nochmal. Wie lange brauchst du noch? Wollte ich. Okay. Ihr müsst bitte einfach reinkommen. Unter den Linden 78. Es ist ein europäisches Haus. Da steht ganz groß 78 dran. Das ist daneben. Daddy is coming with einfach reinkommen, wenn die dich fragen, du gehörst zu den Organisatoren. Und dann musst du, falls du eine Tasche dabei hast, musst du durch die Security-Dings. Und dann kommst du rein und Finny sitzt in der ersten Reihe. Wenn ich moderiere, nimmst du ihn einfach mit. Ansonsten schiebe ich ihn dir raus. Ja, weil das geht nicht. Das sagen die dir in der ersten Etage und man fällt vom Tisch direkt da rein. Du kannst direkt da reinfallen. Das ist ja dann die Sackgasse am Rand der Tor. Du kannst dich kurz davor stellen, weil es geht ja zack, zack, rein raus, rein raus.
Hallo.
Ja, dann holen wir die mal von draußen. Genau. Das würde ich. Achso.
Okay. Danke, Schatzi.
Do you want it?
Hallo, hallo, hallo. So, another change of plan. We have less. I would say. Okay. Oops. Hello. Hello. Actually, we said 5 minutes, and this was already 6.5. So let's come back to the table. Oops. Please take your seats. We'll have some more time to exchange later on. Hören Sie mich da, Leute? Ja? Can the production... Hallo, hallo, hallo. They can't hear me.
We have to get them back inside. Let's go back inside. We continue.
Deswegen die Leute jetzt sogar einen Platz hier.
Ja.
Also, please come back to our second part of the afternoon part. So. Kannst du gerade anfangen mit dem Dings? Danke. So, es geht weiter. Es geht weiter.
So,
Ja, mach ruhig. So, I see many empty seats. How did this not work? So everybody who comes in, bring a friend. Bring a friend inside. Help us populate the room. I'm the big sweet.
okay. We all want to connect. We all want to connect. So, we all want to connect. So let's
That looks
good. Let's finish the last part. Let's finish the last part of the presentations. Okay.
So. Ich wollte kurz was sagen. I just wanted.
Nein.
Nicht, Finny. Kommst du zum Onkel Musa, ne? Wenn das hier nicht klappt. So somebody apparently lost their phone. It looks like this. Anyone? It has a HKW artist food here. Is this you? No. Okay. Anyone else wants a phone with a HKW artist food voucher? Well, here it says it looks like this. The lock screen. I don't know which brand it is, but also that shouldn't be important. If anyone recognizes or anyone sees someone who's trying to send a message without having a phone, we have one here. And oh yeah, we give it to the production team. They will hold on to the phone so you can pick it up. And I will come with me.
So
over to Karen.
Let's all recess, sit down, please, so that we can finish the last part of the presentation. And that's actually the core part of today. We want to hear what the 5 working groups have been working on. The 5 working groups, I would start directly with the first one, and they will present their 2 core demands in 5 minutes, so that we'll actually have some time for you, for the audience, to interact, to react, and to also ask questions. So we will be going through around with our microphone, so please give us a hand. I see a reaction right here. So I hear not all of the delegates are here yet, the ones that present the demands. Can I get a hand of the first group, the human rights group? Is everyone, you are complete, right? Perfect.
Yes, I'm here.
So the first working group on human rights, it asked the question, how do colonial logics, colonial thinkings, colonial standards, how do they undermine legal and policy frameworks for an effective exercise of human rights by people of African descent and marginalized continental Africans? So I'd hand over the floor to the delegates, which are Alice Angelinkom, Pumulankola, Mina Salami, and Hildegard Titus.
It's not on. You need to.
It's on.
You want to use this one? Is the next one?
The battery's there. Testing. Okay, yes, this works. Okay, so we are the human rights group. I'm going to start with reading our first with reading our 2 demands, and then each of us will speak briefly about the group and some of the conversations that we had. Demand number 1. We demand that EU states address the glaring issue of hypocrisy in the realm of human rights in its dealings with African countries. Hypocrisy undermines the very foundation of human rights, eroding trust and credibility due to selective diplomatic, economic, and political interests. True coherence in our efforts towards human rights demands that EU states abandon selective advocacy and enforce universal accountability. Demand 2. We urgently call upon African leaders to take decisive action to uphold and protect human rights and end the repression of human rights defenders. The following demands are central to ensuring a coherent and principled approach with spirituality and humanity as the center points. Okay, so we had a 2-hour conversation about human rights earlier today. And I want to start by saying that one of the delegates, we're 4 delegates here today, and one of the delegates, Alice, has chosen that she doesn't want to say anything. And I don't want to put words in her mouth to try to explain why, but in some sense it has to do with this kind of repetitiveness of Africans, constantly having to express demands to what we could say are deaf ears, because, we've been expressing demands for centuries now and they don't really happen. And I would just want to kind of express also a kind of solidarity with Alice's sentiment on my part, that I do feel a little bit uncomfortable about making demands to EU states, because, it doesn't feel to me that they are going to be listened to. However, I found the exercise of speaking with my fellow delegates and all the delegates who are here today to be profoundly rewarding. So, we have people from all across the continent and the diaspora, as you've heard. And I just want to actually say thank you to Dekoloniale for that opportunity, because I think that does make a difference, and that is important, whether or not EU delegates are going to listen to our demands or not. The conversation was useful. And why was the conversation useful? Because, I mentioned earlier that the impact of the Berlin Conference on our work, on our legacies, on our history, is wounds and trauma, among many other things. And, we had 2 hours and we had to spend, or we didn't have to, but we ended up spending the majority of those 2 hours actually discussing what is human, who gets to define who the human is. And in many ways, acknowledging that actually when we speak about the human, we are speaking about a white, male, elite, European, heterosexual person. And if that is the case, which we agreed it largely is, then when we speak about human rights, whose rights are we actually addressing? So we had a conversation around things like that. We spoke about the dehumanization that has happened throughout history with the language of human rights, at its center. Who is not considered human? We addressed at quite depth the ways in which LGBTQ+ communities are not allowed to express their full humanity. And women, of course, throughout the ages have not been considered fully human, as well as Africans. And so, as we had this conversation for a very long time, before we could even get to questions such as, what is the relationship between humans and non-humans, which would be a very important and pressing question in our times, we had to sort of dig through all of all of these scars that have to do with laws, that have to do with language, that have to do with meaning and identity. And so it became quite clear that actually hypocrisy is something that very much is shaping the conversation around human rights. Like there's such a sense of mistrust and so much rubble to get through. And why is that? It's because there's been so much hypocrisy that from the very beginning even prevents us from formulating demands. So there's hypocrisy in laws, of course, in the way that EU countries or the West at large may impose or encourage a law in one African country, but then contradict that encouragement in another African country. There's also hypocrisy in how African leaders manipulate human rights law to promote homophobic, sexist, patriarchal agendas, and yet EU states will very happily still work with those African leaders. And so hypocrisy is not a concept to, hypocrisy being our first demand, and actually also the second demand is also asking African leaders to not be hypocritical. And hypocrisy is something that I think people hear, and it's easy to kind of smirk at and say, oh, this is not a serious political question. But actually what we're saying is that it very much is. And our times are actually revealing that, from if we look at the public discourse that started or that really gained momentum with the Black Lives Matter protests, and especially now with the genocide in Gaza, we can really see that people are awakening to the lies, the deception, and the delusion that is often transported through the language of human rights. And so we believe that it is very important to address this issue of hypocrisy so that we can finally start to actually talk about things that we all care about, such as true partnership, democracy, how to save our planet, and how to uphold values that flourish. That was my take.
So I'm going to just add a little bit to what Mina has said from our conversation earlier on hypocrisy. And one of the things that was important for us, of course, was the thinking about hypocrisy, not simply as a contemporary manifestation, but built into the very history of how we inherit the framework of human rights. And so we had an ambivalent relationship to human rights. On the one hand, we understand that rights and legislation are an important tool to create expanding freedoms. But we also recognize that the history of the language of human and of rights is itself that the hypocrisy is encoded into that very history. So it's not a contradiction. It's not a contemporary contradiction. So, for example, we also played around with the idea that that are competing definitions and meanings of the human. And although we use the word human to refer to a particular tradition, but also sometimes to refer to people in total, that human itself is haunted, of course, for historic reasons by the white European Christian heterosexual man that goes back to the very rise of the notion of rights in Europe, the rights discourse, which we have to look at not simply as the 20th century Universal Declaration of Rights, but if we go back to previous centuries, the discourse of rights historically had uneven application in the rising of the European nation or the European Republic, right? So the assertion of the rights of man happens at the same time that it can include certain European subjects while excluding enslaved people, indentured people, inferior humans who are colonizable. And so we argue that it continues to be haunted by this historic unevenness, haunts the current scope and application of human rights, and indeed which rights are negotiable, even in the aftermath of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We also, when we adopt a more hopeful approach to human rights, recognize that outside of this tradition of the human that we've problematized, there exist other capacious meanings of what gets translated into human that better capture the full recognition of all people, access to such rights and resources attentive to the continuities of race, gendered, classed, sexual coded power indices in the interest of expanding freedom. I'm going to stop there in the interest of time. I'll pass on.
Thank you. I'm going to attempt to read my own handwriting. Okay, so yes, again, like my colleague says, it was very much about who is human and what is human, and if we all had the same definition of human, would human rights be violated the way that they are? And And I think it was very much for me also important, I think, to kind of throw the mirror back to the EU or to anyone who asks us to talk about human rights. It's like, what is your definition of human rights? Like, do we have to tell you what a human rights violation is? Like, is it not obvious? And if it's not obvious, then why is that? And it's again, because it's about who is human and who isn't. Understanding that democracy is flawed because democracy can also go against human rights. And human rights are not up for negotiation, even if the majority or whoever agrees that it should be. And then I think also, like, beyond human rights, we always talk about things like war and genocide, but also like human rights violations are also things that we see every day, like exploitation, like hierarchy systems that, you know, decide who deserves to live in a nice house, who doesn't, who deserves to have food, who doesn't, who deserves to have healthcare, who doesn't, et cetera, et cetera. And for me, I was really thinking about it in kind of like a spiritual sense in terms of like how we really need to introspect of why people decide who's a human or who's more human than they are. And ultimately comes down to, like, if you see the humanity in yourself in a fully expressed and free way, you wouldn't be able to dehumanize other people. And I think that's also why, like, all over the world, LGBTQ plus people are the easiest people to target, because to be LGBTQ plus in the world is to be defiant of whatever traditional definitions of what a human's supposed to be like, what they're supposed to look like, how they're supposed to express themselves. And that's why we continuously see across the board that LGBTQ plus people are dehumanized. It's because they are I don't want to, like, I hope you don't get me in the wrong way, but like they are literally an expression of the vastness of what humanity can look like. And if we allow that vastness to exist, then it means that you're either going to accept it or you're going to be like afraid of it. So that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you so much for setting the ground and for us taking us to the definition, the core definition of human rights, and also looking at the hypocrisy. From there, I would like to move on to the second group where we talk about the action. The second group being Nomi Anyanwu, Theodorina Kamis, and Chama, our Tesfa Jesus, who had already this afternoon. So the second group talked about anti-racism and how we can ensure that anti-racism policies are translated into action at an international as well as at an EU level across all policy areas. So the floor is yours. And as much as we would like to hear from all of you, please keep in mind the 5 to 7 minutes. That would be great.
Sorry, may I ask something? I would ask those who have English as native language to understand that most people don't have English as a native language here. And I would ask you to speak. Yes. Do you understand?
Thank you.
Because sometimes I get,
Absolutely.
Yeah, yes. I think they think everybody speaks English as a native language.
Absolutely. Okay. We will consider that, all of us in the room. So Nyanchama, do you want to kick us off?
Okay. I'm starting my commentary before, in case I run out of time. It's very short. So the bicentennial of the Berlin Conference is an opportunity to critically reflect on its legacy with a focus on dismantling the colonial structures that still shape power, influence, and exclusion in decision-making across trade, economics, politics, and social policy. Moving forward, it's essential for both Europe and Africa to pursue actionable, sustainable measures that not only acknowledge the historical impacts of colonialism, but also cultivate resilient systems, genuinely support across Europe. In we had a very, very beautiful conversation. It was very good to talk among peers and not try to educate people on what is racism. I mean, honestly, most of us are just tired of that trauma pornography. I mean, we're not going to go there. It's there. The beast is there. We've seen it. We can't unsee it. Let's work together on how to vanquish the beast. So we outline an analysis suggestion of structural recommendations to champion African sovereignty, decolonize existing frameworks, and build pathways for self-determined futures. I will let you say the first one, the first demand.
So,
do you have that?
and we have two demands. First is recognizing the ongoing impact of European colonialism and in line with their obligation under international and European laws and standards. European governments should adopt transformative actions that unconditionally recognize systemic racism, inequalities, and inequities. This action should be taken in a meaningful collaborative process with experts, including those with lived experience and civil society. We recommend that this process should take the form of a truth commission, which unconditionally confront and investigate and produce concrete recommendation of reparation. Second, recalling the obligation to implement international and EU standards to combat racism. European governments should adopt robust national action plans against racism and anti-discrimination laws which are anchored in intersectional and reflect the multi-layered experience of racism affecting Africans and people of African descent. We recommend that European governments should adopt effective and accountability mechanism, including a European-level review mirroring the universal periodic review of compliance with anti-racism policies and sanctions. For violation of compliance with international and EU standards.
I'm happy to give a bit of background and how we came to these conclusions. Maybe we can go on the last slide, on the previous slide one more time. So kind of our discussion and how we came to our first demand was that we obviously talked about how a lot of European countries are still in denial with the colonial past, or that they don't want to acknowledge it. So for us, it was important to not only make it obvious that there is an ongoing legacy of colonialism in the whole world, as we also kind of heard from everybody here today, but also to propose something very concrete in how countries can actually deal with their colonial history, because even if they acknowledge, yeah, okay, we have a problem with this and that and we want to tackle it, very often there is a lack of data or a lack of resources, and countries haven't really dealt with the history in a way that it should have. So that's why we came to the conclusion of a truth commission that we recommended, that not only deals with its past, but also comes up with very concrete demands of reparations and how a country should move forward when dealing with the legacies of slavery. But at the same time, we also wanted to that's why we have this introduction paragraph, also to acknowledge that there are already a lot of international and European and also national frameworks in place that already kind of guide states on how to act when it comes to discrimination and racism, but very often those states still find a loophole how they cannot be compliant with that. So yeah, that's why we kind of came to the conclusion of the first demand. And then the second one, we had obviously the theme of intersectionality. We talked a lot about how can we put frameworks in place that capture intersectionality. And also at the same time, we talked about the national action plans against racism, which are already recommended by the European Parliament to be implemented by all of the European states. So this demand is 20 years old or even longer, but still to this day, not even half of the European states have implemented such a national action plan. So we were kind of recalling our commitment to this action plan, but also wanting to go a step further and talked about how can we hold European states accountable if they're not compliant, if they don't do the work. And that's why we came up with something that you can see here, which is called Universal Periodic Review, which is something that the United Nations have in place already. So every 2 years, every state in the whole wide world has to kind of undergo a review, and they have to report on how they're doing in different areas of their government. And our recommendation would be to have such a review on an European level in the specific area of anti-racism, and they have to report how they're doing. And it's a peer review, so other states can review them, also civil society can review them, they come up with a report, and then it will be discussed. And people can recommend, meaning states or civil society can recommend how they can do better, or what they've done was enough or not. And this was kind of like how we came to that second demand.
I'll just add one sentence. A question of paying attention. I've just come from the Web Summit, and one thing that we may not put enough attention to, we did not deal with it here because we only had 2 demands, and that is algorithmic bias. So this is a problem that is going to perpetuate all these structural inconsistencies, and we need to actually activate. It will perpetuate them and replicate them ad infinitum. I give an example of, if this is a glitch, you're in a plane and the pilot says, hey, hello, ladies and gentlemen, we have a computer glitch and there's a 0.0001% chance that we may crash, but no problem, we'll just fly, right? No, sense of urgency. There is no collateral damage when it comes to humans. So we have to within ourselves reflect on how we can impose on our DEIs or whatever, because the EU has got policies on AI, but we have to tell them, or in our own work, that there is an urgent need for them to address those algorithmic biases. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I do not, this is not my group, but may I say something? No?
Depends on how long it is, but I will say yes if it's under 1 minute. But we also will, at the end of this, have the chance for some exchange. But if it's very pressing and urgent and under 60 seconds, then go. But I will be very strict and cut you up after 60.
Yeah. I think that when you speak about structure, well, I must say that besides teaching African literature and culture, I also have my involvement in collectives fighting racism, xenophobia, and all this in Lisbon. I think that when we speak about structural racism, maybe it should be convenient to point out police violence, because this is one of the most terrible aspect of structural racism. And I have much to say about this, but going back to the second point, I think, but I'm not happy with what I have said. I think that we should point out the fact that the European countries didn't give a damn for the international decade of people of African descent. And I think we should point out that they didn't, it was 2015 to 2024, they didn't do anything. So I think we should point out.
Thank you. Thank you. In a sense, yes. I think this was an important intervention, and also thank you for being so concise. We continue with the group that was talking about economy and trade, which was Kanye Alem, Kiluanji Kia Henda, Amanda Hurtado Garces und Mordesai Ogada. Now I'm speaking German all of a sudden. What happened? Whoops, sorry. Freudian slip, I guess. You talked about economy and trade where there's to talk about. I don't even know if the 10 minutes are realistic, but please try. And thank you.
Yes. Yes, my name is Mordecai Ogada. I'll be giving the statement on behalf of this group, and they can add something. Now, we were talking about economy, and the importance of this is that colonialism was a capitalist exercise. It was not, they did not come because they loved Africa or something, they needed resources. So, and this still goes on. So here's our opening statement. We have learned from our struggles against enslavement, colonialism, apartheid, racism, etc., that we need to address the demands to those who control those systems. We usually mobilize and organize our people to liberate ourselves, but for the sake of our assignment here, we have formulated the following two demands. One, we demand fair and equitable trade and investment regimes between Africa and African diasporas and Europe. This doesn't exist currently. Therefore, the colonially framed models of trade and investment should be stopped, rejected, in order to allow the African countries, diasporas, to diversify their own economies as they see their own standards. The African countries and African should fully exercise their sovereignty in prioritizing critical resources. Right now, the critical resources, these are prioritized by interests in Europe and outside Africa to the expense of our people. The second demand will never compensate what Africa and the African diasporas lose through unfair trade regimes, illegal financial flows, and unfair debt management. This is by nations and also multilateral organizations like the IMF. We are aware that the money that has been flowing from Africa and the African diasporas to Europe, and we are aware that more money has been flowing from Africa and the African diasporas to Europe than Africa and the African diasporas receive in development aid. We demand, therefore, that member states of the European Union use international cooperation to address the imbalances in all these sectors and to be transparent about the true financial flows between Africa and the African diasporas and Europe. And this is mainly because these are safeguarded by all these unfair agreements, some of which date back from colonial days and some are from post-independence governments, and we should reserve the right to reject any of these. Lastly, in conclusion, we have realized that most of the work in rejecting or reviewing international agreements, trade policies, environmental investment agreements or contracts has to be done in Africa and the African diaspora. We reserve our demands regarding these abilities for the internal dialogues between Africa and the African diasporas, because since these demands are addressed to the European Union, our future therefore is ancestral, anti-colonial, and anti-racist. Perhaps if any of my colleagues might have a word or two to add there.
Well, during our meeting, it was like impossible to do a demand to Europe without talking about the African elite, without talking about the African elite on many of the economical crimes that Europe commit in Africa. So it's impossible to do those demands without talking about these elite. And mainly a person like me coming from Angola, and what happened during the years where was the oil boom in Angola, was the oil price real high, and there was an opportunity to develop the country. There were many of this money that was stole from Angola, from corruption. It was sent to Portugal, and the authorities in Portugal, they simply closed their eyes and they received that money. And so there's no kind of moral authority from Europe when they have to accuse what is happening in Africa regarding corruption. And there was even that myth that the Angolan elite start to spread around, saying that now it's time for the reverse colonization. Now we will buy Portugal. It was all an illusion. So, and so for part of the demands that we're saying that it also has to do with the transparency, because we really need to know who are doing the policies, what are the policies behind, what is happening with the money that is generated with our resources. And the second thing that really impacted me was also to think, like, even today, even with all the colonial problems that we had with Portugal and all the strategies that they still having in Angola in order to collaborate with a corrupt system, we could see that there is no openness to work with the countries in the region in Angola. So there's many products that come from Portugal that we could acquire it from South Africa, for example. We have the Southern Africa Development Community, it's called SADC, and there is still a lot of fears from the past. There's still a lot of paranoias like that doesn't allow us to have like a proper connection when it comes to economy. And so, like, I think as the Kanyani has said, Pan-Africanism is a key word to overcome many of our economical problems.
Thank you very much.
May I?
Yes, you may. You may briefly.
Sorry, may I? You? I propose that when we are being critical here, we are having a critical perspective. I propose that when we talk about development aid, I propose that we say the so-called development aid. Because we know how it works. They give 20 million, for instance, the so-called technicians take 18 million back to Europe. You know, as a matter of fact, I talk with Felwin Sarr. He goes to twice, and one of his workshop was, is it make sense talking about African development? You know, I don't use this word. I don't think this is nothing but they are helping to underdevelopment. I'm sorry, that's what I think. And the second issue, who said that? Why is it in commas? Who said? Do you really believe our future is ancestral, anti-colonial, anti-racist with those leaders in Africa? That's what we want. Okay.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry to be so disruptive. I don't believe them, you know. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes nuance is needed. So thank you for
for asking that. Sometimes nuance is needed. So thank you for asking that. Thank you for clarifying. And also, I think we can agree to call development aid the so-called development aid, because I think also a fellow Kenyan once said you cannot aid someone to stay insignificant. So that the so-called makes a lot of sense. So now we go on to your group, actually, the group of migration. So in a sense, you're prepared to talk. And Lucencia Mata, Nosa Achille, and yeah. I think there were some changes in the groups, but there's also Hamado Dipama, the three of you. So please imagine Innocencia's face instead of Gary Young's face, who will be speaking with the group of operation. But we'll see if someone is so technically savvy to put it while you speak. I don't believe so. The migration group.
So I will start. You can have the end word. So the first demand that we have is around border control and no EU borders within Africa. So the EU has increasingly outsourced its border control to the African countries. So they try to expand, and actually they're expanding within African territories. And those agreements essentially exports, EU immigration policies, enabling African and other countries to enforce restrictive migration controls. And I don't want, this touched a lot on the human rights that was discussed earlier, because there are a lot of things are going on in these borders that no one is monitoring, and there are definitely a lot of violation of human rights here. So this externalization of borders, often funded by EU, has led to a lot of abuse and human rights abuse, as I said earlier. And also, we were discussing with Mokhtar, our facilitator, he's over there. He was looking for him, that's why. And we were talking about the economic community of West African states that has been established in 1979. And actually, since 2015, is not allowing mobilization through different places in Africa. So Mokhtar gave an example, the distance between Ouagadougou and Niamey, 500,000 kilometers. There are 36 checkpoints since 2015. So that means that before, actually, just imagine how it alters the whole cultural and political aspects within those places, because those people used to be nomads, just moving around Africa around places for economic, mostly reasons. Now they have to pass for 36 checkpoints, and they might not even manage to go there. Or some of those people might have siblings, family, but now they have to go all those checkpoints that EU has established. So you can understand how automatically changes the whole economic situation. And then some areas are not able to sustain themselves because of that. So with no EU borders, automatically we mean with that no detention camps within African soils. So just to give you some numbers, Libya have 15 detention camps. Niger has 6 since 2002. The number is accurate until 2023. Tunisia has 3, and several other places that are EU funded. And again, with no borders, that means that we'll not have any detention camps, no violations, and also what we would like to have is freedom of movement for survivors of colonialism. First of all, within Africa, of course, and also in Europe. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't see them. Yeah. Always they talk about migration, some irregularity come inside, right? Actually, I'm not a delegate, but just expert for this group on migration issue. I present myself, I'm Mokhtar Danyaye, originate from Niger, but living in Mauritania, working on EU border externalization in West African and between Sahelian countries and Maghrebian countries. So my organization is Alarm Front Sahara. We try to organize rescue missions in the desert for those who the brutal policy of EU killed without letting the opinion know, like invisible. So we try to give those voice and rescue them in the Saharan desert. Of course, what the group told the first demand is no EU border in our countries. Our demand to concrete it is like if EU do not help or aid African countries to reintegrate it, because EU shared the countries in 1884, now to not interfere to disintegrate those countries. Because what is happening is that after tearing the borders in 1884, what we are living now is the militarization of those borders that they draw between families and ethnic groups. And to explain again more on this demand, which is tearing apart or disintegrating our regional organization in West Africa, maybe some of you know the regional organization, which is ECOWAS, has his his protocol of free movement and people before Schengen state got their own, which is 1979, the ECOWAS has his free movement protocol. 1995, Schengen states have their own, but now they are using their power imbalance to disorganize this protocol, because now we are talking about Sahelian country trying to get out of this regional organization. Just to give an example on how these EU borders are destroying the relations or the integrations in our region or in ECOWAS. An example between three countries, Niger and Burkina Faso, 500 kilometers. In the former time, it's only 4 hours to cross those borders, but since few years with the externalization of EU border policies, you take more than 19 hours because of the checkpoints, the militarization, and all those equipments that are funded by EU money and the technician to control the borders. So we said, we want EU to at least step out in this interference and promote the free movement in the African continent.
Thank you. The second demand?
Second demand, we thought it would be important to speak about Africans in Europe. Well, we spoke about Africans in, I don't know what happened. This is bigger. Anyway, now I have here, so that I prefer there. Because it's bigger anyway, you know. I don't know what happened. Anyway, okay, that's okay. That's okay. I read here, which is very. In Portuguese, we have a word which is when you don't see well, pitosga. Someone doesn't see well. Pitosga. Yeah. That's what I am. We thought it would be interesting to talk about the Africans here in Europe, whose conditions are really terrible, lousy. So our second demand is Africans in Europe, and we demand the change of migration laws for African European Union, which means the change of their legal status, because in Portugal, for instance, and everywhere, there are many so-called, what they say, the official discourse is illegal. We don't like, we don't use this expression, undocumented people. So they live there, but they can't have a card, a permission card to live there. So, which, when they talk about human traffic, this leads to human traffic. This leads to labor explorations because the employers know they don't have a paper, so they can't complain. So we demand easy access to Schengen visa, because which allows people to move through the European countries, which the embassy, the European embassies, have been given less and less. They give national visa, and with that they can't go. They can't move. So when we speak about legal status, we are speaking about European ID cards for African migrants. And citizenship for children of African born in a European country, because there are many countries in which the children are born, but they don't have the national citizenship.
Thank you,
Joyce. I've been very.
Yes. I took note of that. Thank you so much to this group. We will have the time. Everybody will have the time to react, but we just want to finish with the last group before we do that.
Yeah.
And the last group was talking about reparations. Sorry, I was going to say reparations. Now it's automatic. About reparations. And this was Mwazulu Diabanza, Rachel Engman, Gary Young, and Charles Mulinda Kabgete. And you are the last group, but also if you can stay in the time slot, we have more time to discuss. So this just as an incentive on the way. Thank you very much. Oh, no, sorry, just a second. I forgot it for the third time. Excuse me, Gary, sorry. Everybody was taking pictures and some people were writing. Just wanted to let you know that those will be made available to you, of course, to the delegates, the demands, but also to the audience. So if you didn't get the picture of the one demand, you will find it at some other later point. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be the first to speak. We had a very rich conversation that went from the immediate and the practical, and you will hear about in terms of the returning of things, including human remains, that some of the Namibian delegation will be going to Leipzig to talk about on Monday, for example. So very immediate. And then the more long-standing issues. And we made a decision kind of, obviously we're not directly comparing us, I'm not directly comparing us to him, but in the same way that Martin Luther King could have gone to the steps of the Lincoln Memorial and said, I have a 10-point plan, but he didn't. He said, I have a dream, that we would say what we want. Now, the principle of reparations has already been established. That has already been established. And the practice of reparations has already been established. Carthage to Rome. Haiti had to pay for the audacity of its independence to France. Reparations for the Holocaust. Reparations that the US paid to the Japanese in internment. So this is not a novel idea. It is not a new idea. And therefore, we have to ask ourselves, why would this not be accorded to us? On what basis? Is it that we are not deemed sufficiently human? Is it that we have not passed some kind of pain threshold? Is our blood not as red? Do we not weep the same kind of tears? Why, given that none of this is in dispute, nobody says slavery didn't happen. They actually put the things that they've stolen in glass cases and they show them off in museums. So then there is no complicated, people talk about reparations as though it's complicated. And in all sorts of ways, it's not. And I want to quote Sven Lindqvist in Exterminate the Brutes. He says, we already know enough. So do I. It's not knowledge that we lack. What is missing is the courage to understand what we know and to draw conclusions. And so what we need is courage. So the first thing that we ask for in our demand is give us our stuff back. You stole it, return it. It's as easy as that. Return it to the people that you stole it from. If it's land, give the people their land back. If it's remains, give the remains back to the families from which you took them. Find the provenance and return the stolen goods. This is a basic point of law in countries that pride themselves on being countries of law. Give us our stuff back. This is what I would call direct reparations. Return the things that you have that are stolen. But then there's indirect reparations because not everything has a price. And as we were saying in our group, that in a sense, the reparations won't heal us. If somebody attacks you and beats you up and then you get money as a result of that assault, that money does not provide the healing. You will have to do that yourself, but there is still a moral case, a legal case for some kind of restitution, a case that I have listed in other examples that states freely recognize. That could take a range of forms, but just as a few examples, we can start with what is called debt forgiveness, although we forgive them nothing, but debt forgiveness. Preferential treatment for visas, preferential treatment for student places, a range of things that Western countries can do, which is but a drop in the bucket for what they took. And for this, and this goes back to my previous comments, we need some political education. That in order to build the political basis for reparations, we unfortunately not only have the burden of having suffered through slavery and suffered through colonialism, we then have to teach our former oppressors that they did this thing so that they can repair the thing that they did. But in terms of building a political coalition around reparations, that is what we must do. And that in terms of any kind of negotiation, we will get what we demand. We will not get what we ask for. That, in the words of Frederick Douglass, the abolitionist, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. So we are not asking, we are demanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. My name is Johannes Ortman from Namibia. I will be the second person to respond to the demand that we have to make. And I think it's very simple in terms of the terms on which we have to make these demands, like Gary put it. And demand is clear that we should put the terms, not the Europeans, not anybody else, not even our leaders in terms of political leadership, but the communities, because this is the communities that have suffered. Because at the end of the day, when the Germans and everybody came to Africa, the system of governance was the local communities, was the traditional headmen, was the traditional chiefs. And when they come, there was a system of governance, because these are the people that were managing their affairs very peacefully. And the chief knew he can give this land to Charles. He knew that he will protect Charles, because you see, in Namibian case, we have one of the great freedom fighters. I think he's also revered around the world, Hendrik Nyanse Witbooi. And he had a settlement called Horenkrans in the middle of Namibia. And then Kurt von Francois on 12th of April, 1893, attacked this settlement. In fact, that has been seen, and we recognize that as the first act of genocide against the local Namibian people, because it was 1893. So when he attacked, when we reconstruct the settlement of Horenkrans and how Hendrik Witbooi in 1893 was putting together the structures and how he protect his people and how he's protect in terms of the boundaries, the wall that he has built, you can see how intelligent our forefathers and ancestors were, that they can cover from the east side, there was a river, from the west side, he put the wall. So it means that our people were very developed then in terms of the governance system. And that's why when they come, they didn't take the land, they didn't take the wealth, they didn't take the diamonds and the oil, not from the democratic governments that we have elected today, the resources. They have taken from our people, the community. So the terms of negotiation should be set. You know, we took the Namibian government to court, the Nama and Ovaherero people. And we took them to court because why? They didn't want us to participate in the negotiations for reparations for our genocide committed against our ancestors. Now, when we went to court, they have to discover everything, all documents. And we can see, and I'm talking about terms and conditions, we can see that a German guy called Polenz actually set the terms of the negotiations for that dialogue or that negotiations for the reparations package for the Nama and Ovaherero people. So meaning we should demand from the European Union that the terms and conditions set for any negotiations, for any reparations, for any discussions regarding bringing our ancestors back, bringing our wealth back, talking about migration, talking about human rights, we should set the tone and we should set the terms. The second one is also the political will of our current African leadership. Next year is termed the Year of Reparations by African Union. What do they mean? Will they really stand up and come together with their communities and go and face the worst? Or they just wait and be called for a state visit to Holland, to Germany, sit in the palaces, have a nice cake and tea at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Or they really talk for their people? And I know that we have not more time. And I saw in our group, you know, the Berlin Conference, the theme that they put is what remains. What remains of the Berlin Conference? A German guy called Franz Adolf Lutherz came to our country in 1883, before the Berlin Conference. And I'm sure when he saw the beauty, the wealth, the resources of our land, when they meet here 140 years ago, he told his political leaders, you should take claim of Namibia, which they renamed to Deutsch Südwest Africa. What remains of that Berlin conference is that we coming together, that these demands, these discussions that we have today should not stop in this room, that we should continue to fight. Even if we die, like one of my traditional chiefs said, let us die fighting, that the next generation have a foundation to move on, you know? And I think at the end of the day, what remains, and this is why one of our facilitators, Renee, said that maybe when we are talking about demands, when we are talking about reparation, we should demand that we should go back to pre-1884. Maybe this is where we should start. Maybe this is where we should go back and look at it. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you so much for all participants and for all the demands that you presented. I've seen a lot of hands, and I want to make sure that we get all of them. But we want to be very, very short on time so that we can also include the audience. We will be going around with our microphones, so just give us a hand if you already want to ask a question or give a comment so that we know how many people will want to interact. But we'll give the floor first back to the panel, and then we come back to you. So, off you go.
Just something really quick is I want to say, like, because when we talk about reparations, we mainly talk about the period of slavery and colonization. It's important to say that there were crimes that were committed yesterday. So even if we look in the 90s, after the independence in Angola, the 90s, what happened with the blood diamonds, the diamonds that were taken from Angola and were sent to Antwerp and were sold, and from that money weapons were bought to do the civil war in Angola. There's many regions in Angola, in the east of Angola, the Lunda Norte, Lunda Sul, where people is living in extreme misery and the cause was that diamonds that were taken to Antwerp. This money, like those diamonds, it represent 20% of the budget of the general budget in Antwerp. So it's important to think that those crimes were not only committed in the slavery time or the colonial time. It still happened today in many places in Africa. So reparation, it's like a continuously process that we still have to discuss.
Thank you for reminding us of the structures that are ongoing today. Colonialism isn't something of the past.
Something very short. First, one of the things I would like to say is that the acknowledgement of the massacres during the colonial period, which are not acknowledged, they are in denial. Secondly, going back to the first demand, I saw throwing back something you stole. I wouldn't say that. Colonial powers stole, because it seems something you and us. And I think we should avoid this. Instead of you stole, colonial powers stole. Secondly, instead of forgiveness, forgiven the debt, I would suggest cancellation. Cancellation, which is the term, you know, because they are forgiving anything. Cancellation.
Okay, I try my
Would you
English.
like to address that right away?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
About the last group. Okay, it's important include African diaspora for discussion about reparation. Yes, it's very important for us.
Thank you. Then Rachel.
So mine is just a quick question, and I think we're all a product of, whatever. But what has struck me here today, and I don't spend a lot of time in Europe, is the use of structural racism.
And for me, talking about white supremacy really captures the pervasiveness and the hierarchies that structural racism produces. And so I guess I'm really wondering, why is it that I'm not hearing anyone talk about white supremacy in Europe?
Yeah, Chair, I'll give it right to you.
Hello. Okay. No, thanks so much for your question. I don't have the answers, right? But it has been a struggle. I've been doing this for more than 30 years. There are others who've been doing it for longer. We stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. We are boosted by our siblings, and we're doing this for our grandchildren. The thing is, you want something that works. And when it was finally acknowledged that racism is structural, is systemic, is institutional, and we know logic demands that that can be resolved, we work with that. White supremacy, define it. What other ways we can define it, and how can we work with it? You know, we need something that works, where we can call them. It's like the computer glitch I talked about. It's a glitch. Let's work on it structurally as peers. As peers, let's resolve this because we don't want it. So we are going to, for us in my organization, we are calling for a paradigm shift, you know, from allyship to peership. We don't want you to be our allies. Do not be our allies. You know, if it's a problem in your society that's structural, deal with it, stand by us. By chance, it will be something that coincides with us, but let's work together as peers. Don't do me no favors. And that's what I mean by moving to what is structural, what you can call them out on, and what you can, so that they don't go like with that pity call. Oh yeah, you know, you just want to be given, you know what I mean, how they go. Just, it's structure. Deal with the structure. That's why.
So I'm not European, but I think that just to share another example, because I also like white supremacy better than structural racism. On the other hand, I live in a part of the world, Southern Africa, where if we look at Namibia, we look at South Africa, we look at Mozambique, we look at Zimbabwe, and they continue to speak a white supremacy often devolves into an evasion of what we mean by white supremacy, right? It's like, oh, but you have governments in power. But, you know, as you were saying, when you think about the fact that 70% of Namibian land is still white owned, I don't even know anymore how much of South African anything is still white owned, right? And so very often when you say white supremacy, just strategically, not conceptually, strategically, when you are in those battles, calling it structural racism allows you to focus on the institutionalization of it, because for some reason, when you move out of certain contexts, white supremacy seems to be emptied out of the fact that, you know, it actually comes from knowledge that it's institutional and structuralism. So my suspicion, I'm not saying this is what's happening in Europe, but my suspicion on the challenges of using kind of radical anti-racist language like whites and naming white supremacy in other parts of the world is that it often becomes more strategically effective to use structural racism, because then you can say it doesn't matter that you have a black government, because look at the structural things that are in place that are still actually white supremacist. Does that make sense? No? I don't agree with it, but I'm just saying that's part of.
I understand, I agree, but I feel like if we're talking about Europe, it takes the conversation of structural racism a step further by talking about there's all these hierarchies within it, right? Anyway, we can talk about it then.
I think we could talk about this differentiation for hours on what to agree on, but I believe we already have a basis. But I want to come back to you, Hamado. You had a different point on the last group.
Ja. Ich werde wieder auf Kolonialdeutsch sprechen, bitte auf die Übersetzung. Ich möchte die letzte Gruppe sehr bedanken für die sehr gute Arbeit. Dennoch möchte ich plädieren, wenn wir über Restitution sprechen.
I would like to thank the last group who worked on the question of reparation, but I also want to plead with us on one important aspect when we talk about restitution.
Wenn wir über Restitution sprechen, es stimmt zwar, dass es auch Objekte in den Museen hier liegen,
It's true that we have objects being kept in
aber das sind
museums.
nicht nur Objekte,
But we're
sondern
not only talking about
Subjekte.
objects, we're also
Da sind sehr
talking about
viele
subjects.
drin, die für uns keine Objekte sind, sondern
it means-
das sind Subjekte und das plädiere ich, dass wir das immer mit
plead
aufnehmen
on us
und
to
nicht nur
consider-
über Objekte zu sprechen.
Not only to talk about objects, but also subjects. Okay, the next translation.
Je tenais un peu à revenir
I wanted to to address another aspect that was already
sur cette
mentioned earlier,
question de la restitution
which is the question of restitution.
qui semble véritablement très importante pour nous.
Seems to be very important for us.
Nous avons formulé tout à l'heure dans les commissions justement une demande, mais que je n'ai pas entendue, qui n'a pas été reprise justement à
Earlier on,
l'exposé
in
succinct qui a
the
été fait.
presentation of our demand, the demand we work on as a group, there was one demand that we discussed or talked about that was not mentioned during the presentation of the results.
Je crois qu'il y a un principe que tout le monde doit intégrer et
I
comprendre.
do believe that there's a principle that we all have to integrate in the way we operate.
Nous ne sommes pas des partenaires de l'Union européenne,
We are not partners of the European Union,
ni encore des États-Unis ou autres.
neither of the United States,
Les bases de
America,
coopération sont déjà faussées.
because the basis for those cooperation are already folded.
Et quand nous nous retrouvons,
When we
justement,
meet,
le devoir ou l'objectif qui
the
doit
responsibility
supplanter tout,
and the goal that we have to have in mind
c'est de mettre en place des priorités sur lesquelles on va travailler, non attendre une demande quelconque.
is to define the priority we want to work on and not expect the counterparty to make proposal.
D'ailleurs, on le dit, nous, on ne demande pas la permission ni l'autorisation à un voleur pour récupérer ce qu'il a volé.
By the way, in our context, we agree that we don't need the permission of
Et je ne vois pas
to
l'utilité
get something that was stolen from us.
de formuler justement des demandes vis-à-vis de l'Union européenne qui fera à sa manière quand elle aura souhaité et conformément à son calendrier.
And that's why I'm a little bit skeptical about the idea of submitting demands to the European Union that would define on accord when to deal with them or not.
Donc tout à l'heure, dans
So-
la commission, quand je disais notre proposition était la suivante.
Early on in the working group, I made the following proposal.
L'Union européenne doit se dégager dans la gestion de tous les patrimoines africains et du
Uni-
monde noir qui se retrouvent ici en Europe.
The European Union has to remove itself from all the conversation taking place around the question of restitution of cultural artifacts from colonial past, as well as the repatriation of ancestral remains.
Nous préconisons la mise en place des ambassades culturelles.
We demand the establishment of cultural embassies
Gérées justement par une fédération des ensembles de mouvements qui sont venus de partout, des populations des afro-descendants de partout, qui pourront gérer justement ces ambassades culturelles
that will be managed by descendants of African descent living here in Europe, as long as the object and the ancestral remains are here.
et qui vont se charger justement de la gestion transitoire de tout ce qu'il y a dans des musées ici.
And those people will be given the task to manage the temporary dealing with all those objects in this part of the world
Avant les rapatriements de tout ça.
before that they've been restituted or repatriated.
Voilà, c'était un point
So
essentiel
that's
sur la restitution.
one essential point that I wanted to share with you.
Et je finis, permettez souffler que je finisse.
Allow me to end with the following point.
Je voudrais finir sur. Je ne suis pas de cette commission, mais j'ai
I'm not-
entendu dire 2 points. qui
I was
m'ont
not part of the
fait
commission that
sauter un peu.
mentioned it, but I wanted to ask a question about some of the demand that were formulated
Sur l'accès au visa.
about the access to
pour,
visas. I think it
justement
was the
les
working group
ressortissants
on
africains.
migration for African migrants
Et la question de la citoyenneté pour les Africains nés en Europe.
and also access to citizenship for African being born in Europe.
Lorsque les impérialistes occidentaux ont commencé à piller l'Afrique,
While the European imperialists looted Africa
pendant la période coloniale,
during the colonial period,
ils ont réussi à mettre en place une sorte de procédé pour attirer le plus faible des Africains.
the first strategy was to find a way to attract the weakest Africans.
D'où la politique des visas est une politique mise en place justement pour attirer et les plus faibles, et le cerveau, et les virils africains.
And that's why he believes that the visa politics, one that has the mean to attract the weakest, but also those who are in here to look for better opportunities or just with clear intention
Je crois
of
que
being
dans
used.
une posture de ceux qui travaillent pour la renaissance, la libération de l'Afrique, la libération du monde noir, il faut une posture de boycott des visas.
If we are aiming to walk with this aim to liberate Africa, to work for the full liberation of Africa, we need to boycott the concept of visas.
Je disais tantôt que les bases de coopération sont déjà faussées.
Which is why I believe that the base for cooperation are not correct, the way they're supposed to be.
Et enfin, j'opterai plus pour l'ouverture de droits.
In that sense, I want to advocate for
disons la non-restriction de droits pour les natifs, les Africains qui sont nés en Europe.
The non-restriction of right for people of African descent who are born here in Europe.
En entendant le rapatriement et non la nationalité, parce que c'est donner la force
waiting
aux
for
nations
them
qui
to
doivent se
return
trouver avec
in
leur
their home
politique
countries, because that should be the strength when it gets to conflict of interest between the states.
Voilà, je vous remercie.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm already holding the demands in my hand, but I can see this could go on and on. But let me continue with you, Piret.
Yes.
I'm holding the microphone.
Merci. As I come back to the question of migration, last week I have seen on the television, it was a speech between political, and I was a little bit worried because I heard somebody was speaking on behalf of the government, of the German government, that now the German government want to negotiate with countries, Sahel countries, to send all the migrants who are here in Germany illegal and so on. And he seems to say, yes, but yes, we are just now negotiating, but I think until January it will be the fact. And I wanted to ask, did you speak about that? Did you discuss about that? Because I don't know, have you seen what happened when France, it was Germany, sent people to Tunisia? Yeah, what happened to the migrant who went there? And I think it's, I hope it's not coming, but for example, I just take an example. No? For example, if Germany send all the migrants for Afghanistan, for example, yeah, and to Senegal now, they are going to destabilize the country, and it will be war. I am quite sure. That's what I wanted to know. Did you discuss about that problem of the immigration of migrants?
So we are collecting. Joyce is
on my way. It's on the
I'm
other side.
faster.
I'm coming.
I had this one first and then you. Sorry.
Okay. You're doing right. Thank you. Amandla. I thank the ancestors that we are here today. And I thank you all of being here on this historical date. Of course, we heard a lot, but it's 4 hours. I don't think the original conference was 4 hours. I think it lasted several weeks or months. It was till 85. So we would need at least the same 140 years afterwards. We didn't talk about a lot of things. Of course, in 4 hours we cannot. A lot of people are not here, which also should be here, but I'm very happy that it happened. And it shows that we ourselves have the strength to organize ourselves. We learned today that some people didn't want to ask demands, but we learned also that demands are powerful. So let's continue to organize ourselves. Myself, I'm from Sankofa, a platform for people of Africa in Switzerland. I'm also in Exit Racism Now, which we want to abolish racism in Switzerland. We are in a network organizing soon a European conference, Black Europe, which already happened here in Brussels next year. So please, let's just continue on what you're doing. And again, I want to thank you all who participated in it, the public, and I would really like to know, we could not be here without our ancestors. They tried to kill us, they tried to kill our culture. They're doing it still every day, as you mentioned also. What you need to heal, they try to destroy. Our traditional healing systems, they try to destroy. They try to destroy our all levels, but we are here and we pretend and we continue. So again, Amandla, Amandla. Thank you.
Hello, Nana John Kwao II, representing both the Bahamas and the Ahanta Traditional Council. And I think it was very great. I think we all learned a lot. However, I shared much of the sentiments with my brother from DRC right here. Because I have very little faith that the EU will act. And I hope that this is just not another example of them pandering to us to give this illusion that they do in fact care, because this is an ongoing process, right? I also serve on the reparations committee in the Bahamas, and we also have a CARICOM 10-point reparation plan that can be mirrored with this. But within that, we have to be, while we talk about intersectionality as well, I'm a representative of that, because though you might not be able to see it, my mother is actually indigenous Caribbean, you understand? And I loved with my brother over there, sorry, I missed the name, who spoke first on reparations. Though I agree 1000% of what you say, one of the biggest obstacles with reparations is there are those scholars that are fighting against us. And why I say that, they know that the Bank of England, the modern banking system as we know it, from the West all the way to Hong Kong, is inextricably linked to the transatlantic slave trade and the continued exploitation of African and indigenous American labor. When you talk about returning land, if justice is truly served, the Western world and these European nations will be completely ruined, because all of their profits are inextricably linked. Just to focus on Liverpool, the center of the Industrial Revolution, less than 200 years before that, it was a small fishing village because of the transatlantic slave trade. And you have all of these institutions, whether they're religious institutions, economic institutions, the continued exploitation of minerals from Northern Kivu and DRC, like coltan. You know, this is a monumental task. And they are, in my opinion, are fully aware of how much and how dependent they are and have always been for the past several centuries on this exploitation of African and indigenous American labor. And my Shangosita sister right here mentioned that, of course, we have to remember the entire diaspora. So when we talk about the return of land, when we look at the United States, you know, I cringe when I hear Donald Trump tell Mexican people, who are mostly indigenous people, and calling them illegal immigrants and aliens. So if justice is truly served, they all have to leave. Will they do that? We know they won't. You understand? There's so much to be said, and I see she inching away now. So I'll stop. Yeah, but I just wanted to add, as we say in the Bahamas, my 5 cents, and also mention that today is Agenu's feast day, the father of the Yoruba deity of Shango. So I think it's quite fitting that all of this is happening today as well. Thank you very much.
I'm taking the last comment over here.
So we all came to Berlin, and we are here as living as people coming from many places. And yet in Berlin, there are very many skulls and bones. that are imprisoned, that are arrested, that they are in cellars. You might see a big building while you walk around tomorrow for your walking tour, for our walking tour. And that building is called Charité, which is the main hospital here in Berlin. And so I just wanted to, I don't have a language to say, to exactly express what I want to express, but just to say that as we walk around and as we dance tomorrow and as we spend time with each other, just to remind us to remember those souls, those people who unfortunately we will leave behind when we take our planes and our buses and our trains. We will leave them still imprisoned here in Berlin. So as we have food, as we walk, as we dance, and while you're in these spaces of Berlin, find a way, just to encourage us, to find a way to make our presence known to them and to those bones and skulls. And while there is no translator to tell them what we talked about today, which includes them, that we find a way and a language as we walk around and as we dance, to walk with them, to dance with them, to eat with them, and as we leave, somehow to
I don't think there could have been better words for the end of this session in order to transform now to the very end of the conference. I'm gonna sing the song when we close. Sing the song when we close. Wonderful. Because we still have a duty here. We have the demands. I would like to ask Nicolas and Belle to come to the front symbolically, because we are handing over these demands to you in your official capacities. And we're not just handing them over, but we're actually symbolically demanding for action. Action from your various institutions, but also actions from the people that surround you. Talking about the Commission, we've heard from Michaela Moore, who's also working on these issues. You are representing the Commission here in Germany, so connected to two entities. Talking about the UK as well, but we already know that you're doing the fight, so maybe this is something that can support it, that can lift you up in what you're working on at the moment. For all of us, the demands will be distributed to us as well, so that we can use them in our activism, in our advocacy work. And we really hope that for all of us, for all of you, this has been as enriching as it's been for me, for example, that you can also take this power to continue networking and to continue being us as a collective, because I think this is what is missing, that we invited ourselves, right? We came to this place because we wanted to talk to each other. We wanted to fight and to find the demands together, not upon the invitation of the European Union, not upon the invitation of a European state, but upon us. And let's use this and make something great out of it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. And we have last closing remarks before Nchama will sing us out.
Yes, we have last closing remarks, and I have some logistical remarks as well, but I will let you start maybe with the, okay, then I start with the logistical. So first of all, I wanted to say thank you to all the delegates, to all the working groups, to all the experts that's facilitated. I think everybody agrees that they deserve an applause. I don't know, one person started, join in. I really agree that we should have had several weeks actually to. I'm not finished yet, but thank you. I totally agree that we should have had also weeks and months, or we could fill weeks and months with the discussions that we had. But maybe we'll meet again. And I think, as Karen said, everybody will have those demands available so that you can use it in your work or also just spread the word.
We also want to say thank you to the organizers. The ones that are here, Nadia, Benny, Desiree, who's been walking around and taking care of everything. I don't know, is Desiree in the room right now? No. I would also like to say thank you to the translator, René. Thank you. We also want to say thank you to the cameraman who's been taking pictures. The video that will be at Desiree is here.
Repeat the applause for Desiree, please.
Hello. We are saying thank you to the organizers, but you can join us. Do you want to? No. We're saying thank you to the organizers. So let's you join us so that we can all see who's been in charge here. And I also have a last note from the organizers. So after this, there will be dinner served for €15. It's dinner and a drink. So please, stay here, stay with us until we move on to the next highlight of today. We'll be moving together. There'll be shuttle buses organized, but one can also walk, it's not that far, to the Maxim Gorky Theater for the ones that had tickets. I believe it is sold out. We're not sure. So there might be 1 or 2, 3 last seats for the one of you who don't have a ticket tonight. If not, there'll be a continuation tomorrow and tomorrow's next with the program, which I'll hand over to you, Joyce.
Yes, and I will complete the thanks also for Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch who were there and on board and helping. Also, of course, the hosts who received us here today in this beautiful and also very meaningful space. And for the food, I just wanted to put a little nuance. So, of course, the delegates, you have a program going on. So please, to the audience, maybe let the delegates eat first because they have to continue on. And also, you are invited. You can just get your food. And the audience, we thank you that you buy and support the great catering. At 7 o'clock, there's shuttle buses, also only for the delegates. So if you have the badge, you can go on the bus. If you don't, it's a beautiful 20-minute walk. And we wish you a great rest of the evening. And for those of you who come tomorrow to the Dekolonial City Tour, bring sneakers, I would say. All right. Bon appetit.
So before these two lovely ladies leave, I'm sure we also want to say thank you. You've been amazing, you've been charming, and we really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. So I think I'm a very boring gran. There's a song I always sing for people from South Africa, Mandla, because this is for you. It's a South African song from South Africa. It's a South African song sung in the outskirts of South Africa during apartheid. You know, the police would come and take the papas, and at some point they started to come to take the mamas and the children as they were playing out there. They would warn the mamas, "Mama, run and hide. The police are coming." You know the song, I'm sure you do. It's a sing-along song, but I don't have time to teach it. So I'll just sing and whoever knows it, join in, please. for those who know. Kauleza, kauleza mama, kauleza mama, kauleza. Kauleza, kauleza mama, kauleza mama, kauleza. If we all sing that, I will join in with the chorus. Kauleza, kauleza mama, kauleza mama, kauleza. Stronger. Leza, kauleza mama, kauleza mama, kauleza. Kauleza mama, kauleza mama, Yes, it can't work because we don't have time. Let me continue with my part. So, just let me finish it. Kauleza mama, kauleza mama, kauleza. Na mama kauleza chompere, kauleza mama kauleza. Na mama yo kauleza chompere, kauleza mama kauleza. I'm finishing. Nam, 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 kauleza. Oh, woo! Tonga, 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 yo kauleza.
Enjoy the food.
I sound like a star because I sing the same song.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Encantada. Just speak English, right? But, okay, my friend just